Good morning, everyone. First of all, I would like to warmly welcome all of you to today's BRCGS Food Safety Workshop. We are delighted to see your enthusiasm and interest in enhancing your knowledge and skills in globally recognized food safety standards. At Procol Academy, we are committed to delivering professional education and training programs that equip students and industry professionals with practical knowledge and competencies aligned with current industry requirements. For today's session, we are pleased to collaborate with Halcyon Private Limited, a well recognized organization that provides expert consultancy and professional training in quality management systems and internationally accepted food safety standards. It is now my pleasure to introduce our resource person, Mr. Rasida Niroshan. He is the Managing Director of Halcyon Private Limited and the Chief Sustainability Officer at RR Associates Private Limited. He holds a graduate degree in chemistry and postgraduate diploma in manufacturing management and quality management. He is also a lead auditor and lead trainer for FSSA 22000 and ISO 22000 with extensive experience in food safety training and consultancy. We are truly honored to have him with us today to share his valuable expertise on BRCGS standard and its practical applications in food industry. And also, we encourage everyone to actively participate. Feel free to turn on your mic, ask questions, and engage in discussions throughout the session. This is a great opportunity to learn, share, and gain practical insights. Without taking much more time, I would like to invite Mr. Rasidan Roshan to begin today's session. Thank you.
Thank you, Procol team, giving us this opportunity. Uh, and then, we have done a lot of program with you, and then they have a great success. And I know, even in the industry now, we are getting a lot of feedback from the industry, the certificates whenever, fresh graduates when they go, the certificate from Procol and Halcyon are there. So we had to be very careful, because industry has a very good trust about us. We are working with the industry for like last almost 20 years. And then, so we develop a good kind of a trust with the industry. So whenever we deliver the program, we had to make sure like these programs are not just doing in sake of doing it, right? So I know like Procol team put in a lot of effort, and then same time our team, Halcyon team, is actually putting a lot of effort. And then same time, like when I'm as a deliver person, I believe I'm doing the least responsible job here. But as a deliver person, I'll try to share all my experience with you all, right? Because we work with the industry, every day work with the industry, and then because we are not going to divulge the industry secret or anything, but I'll try to take case studies on the industry and then work on that, right? So, and then today topic, this, we are going to spend about like 6 to 7 hours. And then during, the program we do work with Procul, we are we want the engagement. So that's why the Procul team said, participate, right? So see this, the media of when we use the media, the internet and all, there was a distance, right? The both parties, the trainer and the trainees, there was a gap, right? So I'm actually looking at the screen and I'm talking. But this is, and then that's the kind of a negative side, but there are positive side, because we can talk to a lot of people, and then you don't need to worry about spending money coming back to Colombo, whatever the area. So that time saving, traveling time, everything will be kind of a save. So there are positive things. So we will try to identify the mechanism how we're going to overcome those problems. Like one thing, the communication gap, so that's why Procol team said, you can turn on the mic, you can ask question, and then during already you are we all in one common platform. So I also add into that platform, right? So we can use that WhatsApp group to communicate, to chat each other, and then there will be a case study, and then I think I got a good news today. So Procol has a LMS system. So that system will basically upload all the materials, everything, and then same time there will be evaluation process. So that evaluation process will give you a kind of a additional advantage when you go to the industry, because when you go for a lead auditor program, there will be a two type of certificate. One is participation certificate. So and then second one is successfully complete certificate. So I think I leave that part to Procure team. So it's a nice news, and then same time the certificate validity also available in the Procure their website. So even the industry people, when you send a certificate, because you are spending 6 8 hours, and then there will be a kind of validity is there, somebody can verify, right? So there's a nice word we call verify. Right now, that's about the background, and then let's get back to the standard. So this standard, we are discussing the latest standard, the issue 9. Any other ISO standard. I believe some of you have familiar with ISO. So let me try to understand your background as well. I'll do some little bit of sampling as well. So this issue 9 is the latest standard. So initially, first part, I'll just brief about the BRC, and then why this issue 9, what are the new changes, new additions are there. So those are the requirements at the issue 9. But then the part 2, we are going to go through these 9 elements. So this is a bit lengthy, challenging standard, right? When Procure team suggest let's go for a BRC, I told them this standard is not easy, is very advanced standard, and if I can remember the figures, right? I don't know, in Sri Lanka, entire Sri Lanka, there are only 338, less than 400 companies are certified for BRC and FSSC. Yesterday we had some other discussion and all, so we got to know, because you can identify this information. But if you take 9,000, there will be maybe more than 50,000. So you can see how this standard is, how challenging is standard, right? So there are 50,000 to less than 400. Right, so that's the challenging part. So we are going to cover senior management commitment, food safety plan. So we are not going to go through a lot of case studies on HACCP, because I think we already have one program, complete one program about the HACCP. In that we go into detail, but I'll try to cover with the case study a little bit of basic requirement. So then you understand that part, right? Because it is a key. And then this standard, there's a specialty. All ISO 22000, GMP, all these standard talk about the food safety part. But in BRC, it started to talk about quality, right? Quality management system. So if you have ISO 9001, that would be ideal. And then again, other news, ISO 9001 and ISO 14000 are going through a revision. And ISO 14000, that is Environment Management System, is already published. Now 14001, earlier it was 2015. Now they updated into ISO 14001 2026. So latest version is there. And then we are talking about the site standard, product control, process control, personal, product site, risk zones. So we are going to take three areas, high risk, high care, ambient care area, and requirement for trade products. So these are the key areas. So before I dive into the standard, let me try to understand about your background. Say, I think Procure team basically explained about our background. So, Halcyon is a consultancy firm. We are doing business in Sri Lanka and overseas countries like Dubai, Maldives, and Oman. So, our team, we have about almost 62 members. And then we are working in a different industry. So we are not only work on the food safety, but food safety is a very specialized areas. We have about, I think, 7 8 consultant who specialize in food safety. So we are working from from hotel industry to a dairy, packaging, primary packaging. You may be wondering why packaging needs. Yeah, it's need, right? Primary packaging industries. So whatever food industries, we are working. We have quite number of experience, because even in Sri Lanka, our customer base is about almost 600 customers are there, right? So we are basically working on that segment. So that's about ourselves. And then would like to know few of your, like, we have right now, we have about, how many people are there? So we have about 127 members are there. So can I get at least 10 people? Like, if you can just let me know, like, are you coming from industry? And then maybe if you're, I'm like, that's okay, right? You can explain what is your industry. Say, for example, if I'm currently working with Halcyon Private Limited last 20 years. And then before that, I work at Unilevers. Before that, I work at DNV, certification body. So that's my career. Right. So, I mean, no harm explaining your industry, where you're coming from. So, can I get at least 10 people? Uh, so, my sample size is 10, it's random. So, when it comes to quality food safety, like, you do the sampling, right? Here in this standard also, we are going to discuss about the sampling, the testing. So, there are very special requirement from this standard. Right. So when you do a testing, the test partner has to have a certain accreditation. Let, don't worry, we are going to discuss that. But so sample, like, say if you have a batch of, like, 1 ton, 1000 kg. So you're not going to test the 1 ton, right? 1000 kg. You take maybe 10 grams, right? So out of 10 gram, you send, like, some milligrams to the microbe. You, like, apply, and then you take a decision based on that, right? So whether to reject, hold, or release it. So based on that, so your sampling has to be correct, representative sampling. So depend on that. There are special sample guideline also available. But let me know, like, your background, a few people, so then I can understand, like, your are you coming from industry, or are you just fresh graduate? What sort of a, like, subject stream you are handling? So can I get few feedbacks? Yeah, maybe you can on your mic, and you can like, explain it, or maybe you can use the chat, or maybe you can use the WhatsApp message, which is in the group. So all welcome. So I think Procure team WhatsApp is also open, right? We can use the final workshop WhatsApp. Yep,
Yes, sir. Yeah, we can
right.
use that.
Okay, you can use that, or maybe the chat. Yep, or maybe you can on the mic and explain yourself. So without wasting a lot of time, because we have to cover a lot. Let's start now. We'll take about 3 minutes. So 9:17, 9:20. I try to understand the complexity of the sample. Right. So I'm started to get feedback. Fresh graduate environmental science honors degree. Okay, so we have a people from environmental degree as well, right? Okay, that's nice. So they'll be like, why you decided to come for BRCGS program, like, you want to get involved with the food industry. Any particular reason? Maybe others can, don't worry, others can contribute using both the more. So we have 3 minutes, because I'm very concerned about the time, right? We have a lot to cover, but I need to understand. So we have fresh graduates. I need another nine samples. You can use WhatsApp, you can use uh, the chat, or maybe you can on the mic and explain. Guys, come on. So throughout the day, we are going to have this conversation. Pursuing green technology degree. Okay, following undergraduate in agriculture. Okay, so we have two people from environment, two people, and then agriculture, one person, all undergraduates. Food science and nutrition study a student. Food, okay. Final graduates, food production technology. Okay, so all undergrads. Who else? Is there any industry people are here? Undergrad biotechnology. Okay, so we have about like 6 people has communicated. Quality. Okay. So we have a person from tea industry. Okay. So Millennium tea industry. So we'll try to take few sample from the tea industry as well. So the Millennium tea means you're basically like, buying tea from the auction. and then you do the blending and then packaging and export, right? Dignity, that's what you do, right, in your organization? So biograduates currently working hygiene, plastic man. Okay. Interesting. Dignity. Is this different? Dignity Ganegama, coordination executive T. Both Dignity, right? So we have a current hygienic plastic manufacturing. Okay. So two Dignities are plastic, right? Okay, interesting. So we can take example from the tea industry. So both Dignities, plastic Dignity, you are talking about the primary packaging, right? You're talking about primary packaging. Is it blow molding or thermoforming? What is the industry you are working on? Can I get more information? So we have a food processing technology, top of manufacturing engineering, file system, food technology. Okay. So right. Okay. So my time is up. So can I get feedback? I think nobody has put on the chat, right? Nothing from chat. So yeah. So what I got the feedback is uh, like you know most of you are graduates, are undergraduates, right? But we have two industry people, one person from a T. So you there are two, like T is I think there are people from agriculture as well. So it's not plantation, it's not black tea manufacturing. It's tea buying from the auction, and then do the blending, and then they pack it and bulk whatever bag whatever, then they go for exports. So that is one thing. And then we have one person from a plastic industry, I believe primary packaging. Diniti, maybe you can explain this primary packaging, right? I think Procure team, early also we had a quiz, right? Whoever who participate lot, you give a kind of a maybe a free slot for next training program. Is it still
Yes, sir.
on?
Yes, sir. For this session also, we are going to select the best interactor who turn on her mic, her or his mic and interact well. We are willing to give him or her a free entry to next workshop.
Oh, that's good news, because I know we work with them a lot, so I know there was a that kind of offer. So guys, I'm also getting motivated when I get the interaction from you, as well as you have another chance. They do a lot of training program, right? Not only food safety, they do a lot, right? So you get a good opportunity, right? So I'm not part of the evaluation team, huh? So they do the evaluation, right? Okay, so I believe 80 90% of you are from. Now, my con means not to talk with your personal stuff, right? Only to answer the question. Yeah. So I believe when you become a graduate and when you are undergraduate, like industry, we expect certain discipline. So I believe everybody will adhere to those discipline here as well. Right. Okay. Now we understand your complexity, the context of the team. So 95, 96% of you are graduates, like undergrads, and then there are few industry people. So what are the guys? Can you please guys, can you just be be bit professional, right? So when you're participating for the program or when you're participating for the meeting, right? Especially because you are young graduates, right? When you go to the industry, there will be a lot of teams meeting. So if you do this, you're gone, right? So be careful, and then learn this stuff as well, because you are heading towards the industry, right? So industry expect certain discipline from you, right? Okay. What new for issue 9? So there are things food safety culture. Say, for example, we are quite used to have a procedure and a system, right? So whenever we want something, we try to put a procedure. We write down the procedure, right? And then we expect people to follow the procedure. But most of the time, it was not there. Say, for example, even in the university, right? Even in the university, the administrator, they basically follow, give kind of a guideline. But there are a few people they violate it. Say, for example, now we have a student from different universities, right? But maybe you're following the same program, right? But your organization, the behavior, the culture, outcome, and then based on that, there will be a positive or negative, kind of a, idea about that particular university. Pretty much based on the culture. So culture is a kind of a key requirement. Who has a all right. If you raise the, so there's a raise mean, if you raise a hand, I think like you have a question. So maybe you can react, right? So next to raise, in the chat, you have a react, right? So you can say you're okay with that, right? So, but when you raise a hand, I think you have a question, right? If you have a question, anytime stop me, right? So when you have this culture, is very important. So culture can be a positive or negative. Say, for example, when you're going to the industry, so in that particular industry, everybody is not following the food safety practices, basic hygiene practices. People do whatever they want to do, and then they only work towards only for the audits. So that is it's not a sustainable industry. So the culture is not there. So this particular standard, ninth standard, even the previous standard also started to work on this food safety culture. I'll touch upon that, right? So this is go beyond the procedure. Say, for example, even in our homes, houses, right? You have a culture, right? So that culture may be towards productivity or towards not productivity. So same with the food safety culture. So this is a new concept which is not available in other standard, other ISO standard. Even 22,000 doesn't go into that depth in food safety culture. So organization, what they want is they want to develop a food safety culture, because everybody when they enter into the site, they wash their hand. Nobody is going to wash it because that's a culture, right? And then if everybody wants to wear a PPs, they wear a PPs. And if they identify abnormalities or situation, they have authority, like they can stop the machine. So that's the culture the standard expect. And then standard pretty much focusing on the codex general principles. So entire hazard is pretty much working on the general principles, and then GFSI, Global Food Safety Initiative requirement. And then now we all talk about AI, right? So I believe most of your case studies will be done through the AI. So standard wants us to go through a ICT, right? Information technology requirement, right? Say, for example, now earlier if you want to check the temperature, right? If you want to check the temperature, normally what we do is we go with the thermometer, manual thermometer, and then we check the temperature. That's what we did. But now we don't need to do that, because its system are there, and then there was an indicator, you can check the indicator. So that's the second phase. So again, it's an analog or digital system there. But right now, say imagine your warehouse in somewhere in Ampara or Polonnaru area. So how the head office people in Colombo check whether the temperature? Now you can have a GPS tracking, you can check it. And then we are using the technology, right? And then even the lorry. Earlier, what we do is when you have a cold storage, right? When you have a cold storage, you're supposed to maintain the entire cold storage. But what they did was they basically turn on the AC to save the diesel, right? To save the diesel, right? So then when it's close to the location, they again turn on. So the receiver temperature is again perfect. At the factory temperature is maybe in between 5 to 10. During transportation, they turn it on. So temperature goes up to maybe exceeding 10, maybe 15, maybe up to 20. So there's a chance of microbial growth. Oh, and worst scenario, say when you take some ice cream, have you experienced there are two layers? the water layer and a fat layer, right? Because like, ice cream supposed to have the same texture, same flavor, but the top part, you can feel like, you are eating ice. And the bottom part, like, it that have all the flavors and everything. Right, that's the fat layer. Right. So that because like there was a quality deviation because the in during transportation or whatever during that supply chain, there are like cold chain damages. Somebody has turned purposely or due to a situation, there will be a power failure. Right. The chain has damage. So imagine in this scenario. So there will be a quality deviation. Plus, uh, imagine if your preservatives are like oil soluble preservative, what will happen? Now your ice cream has separated out due to cold chain damage, and then your whatever the preservative you put is a uh, oil soluble preservative. Now what will happen? Now all of you are coming from a food background, right? So tell me, what can happen? I hope you understand the question, right? So during transportation, now we are talking about the usage of ICT. So say for example, now you have ice cream manufacturing facility. You manufacture the ice cream. It covers under total control. And then you make sure like temperature is minus 18, whatever. And then you have a vehicle. It's supposed to maintain the minus 18, right? So you transport it. So it should go to Jaffna, right? And then during that time, when it's come to a Jaffna, the temperature is minus 18, fine. So people accept it. But when you take the ice cream out, you can see there's a two layers, the water layer, top and the bottom layer is down. So when you do the QC checking, nothing wrong. Factory end, temperature is perfect. When you're receiving the hotel, whatever, temperature is perfect. So you accept it. But when you take it out, because you're not going to eat the sample, maybe customer might complain and say, look, this ice cream has separated. Right now, that's the quality issue. Keep it aside. But my question is, as a food people, right? Your whatever the preservative you put for the ice cream is a oil soluble preservative. Now, what is the worst scenario? What is the worst scenario? Tell me. What would be the worst scenario? Guys, come on. I need your answers, feedbacks. So people are from undergrad food technology, biological science, biosystem technology, mechanical engineering. Yeah, come on, mechanical engineering people are there. So and then environmental science. So now these people from green technology. This is the ideal time for you because see, I'm happy that environment people are there because there should be a kind of a balance, right? Environment people will they say okay. I need to cut down the carbon footprint. So minimize the carbon footprint. But there's a certain point, right? You have to look at both the food safety and the carbon footprint. So when you come for this kind of program, because there are a set of program we do only focusing on the architectures, right? So when they design the hotel, there should be a proper infrastructure. So we do some program only focusing on the architecture. So they should know the food safety requirement. Otherwise, they when they design the hotel, there will be so many violations, right? So then we have to fight when we go for a consultancy. So there are programs we do with the architect team as well. Okay. Agreed, Kularatna, agreed, microbiological contamination may happen. Which layer? Because, the problem is, agreed because uh, when you, if there's a deviation from the cold chain, microbiological contamination happen. Preservative may concentrate on fat layer, aqueous layer may tend to micro. Agreed. Pashank, agreed, right? So, because the top layer sometimes you can see because if it is mixed together, so I'm not going to go through the ice cream mechanism, right? So like in normal scenario you can't mix ice cream water and a fat, but like ice cream is a water and a fat, right? The margarine is a water and a fat. So there was a mechanism, right? So I'm not going to go through that technical part. We don't have time. But if it is in the like the preservative, sometimes it's a water dissolve or fat dissolve. Normally it goes through a fat dissolve, right? So if it is dissolved all over, that's fine, right? It preserve. But uh, yeah, rancidity of ice cream contain fat. Yeah, rancidity is coming from actually from the microbe growth, right? So the fat part normally we are putting. Yeah, agreed, right? You're quite right, right? So fully agree. So normally we put it in the fat layer. So then the water layer is like there's no protection, right? So there's a high chance it can get fungal growth and all. Like, so if you see this kind of scenario, you can identify. So there will be a quality deviation, which we are going to touch, and then there will be a deviation. Now, the problem, now what we talk about the usage of ICT. Now we have a technology, GPS technology. You can check throughout the journey what would be the fluctuation, right? So the temperature, they can't stop the machine in between, right? When you start to up, go increase the temperature using the technology, you can identify. So these are the things now standard has given kind of a permission, right? So these are the areas, you can use standard, and then the standard talk about if you are using a software. So there are industries, they use 100% software, right? Say is minimum people involvement. So entire process is managed by the software. So imagine this software has an issue, right? There will be a serious food safety repercussion, right? So those are the key areas which the standard focus on. Software validation, those kind of requirements. So when it comes to food industry, not like those days, right? When it comes to food industry, not like those days, you need to concentrate all these activities, right? So in this standard, we are going to basically talk about requirement asset, senior management, food safety plan, food safety quality management, size standard, product control, process control, personnel, requirement for trade product. Right. Let's move on. So I'm basically try to cover the standard requirement. So in this BRC standard, there are color coding. If you go through the BRC requirement, there are color coding. So if you see a green, right, audit of record system and documentation. So because BRC not like other audit, right? I believe like you are familiar with ISO 22000, 9000, 14000, and all audits, right? So when you go through this kind of audit, the certificate is valid for 3 years, right? That's a normal process. Your certificate is valid for 3 years, and then there will be a surveillance audit every year, right? But when it's come to BRC, there are few difference. I'll explain that also. BRC certificate is valid for 1 year, right? Maximum, depend on the rating, you A double plus whatever. There's a scheme system now there. So only 1 year. Every year you have to go through a surveillance audit, the recertification audit. So this is a kind of a bit expensive process as well, right? And then sometimes if you are not meeting the minimum requirement, your next audit will be maybe 3 months time, maybe 6 month time, right? So this is the challenging. And during your, I'll explain that during the 3 year circle, BRC or FSSC both, right? You need to undergo a surprise audit, unscheduled audit, right? Say for example, now we have a friend from tea industry or plastic industry. So you imagine you go for a BRC certification. Yeah. So today we are not going to touch the BRC packaging. There's a special standard called BRC packaging. There's a special standard called BRC consumer good. There's a special standard for BRC, cold storage. In Sri Lanka, there's only one organization is available with the cold storage. We are working with them. And then there's another challenge. See, if I'm a auditor, BRC auditor, I can go to a one particular company organization only 3 times. So you can see how strict this standard is, right? See, if I'm an auditor, BRC qualified auditor, right? Say, for example, we have a tea friend from tea industry. So they want to go for a food, BRC food, right? So when they go for a BRC food, If I'm auditor, I can go only 3 times. After that, for my lifetime, I can't go back. Right. So I'm talking about this cold storage facility. Initially, we worked with the Sri Lankan team. Then because they had only one audit, right? We don't have a lot of BRC auditors. And then we work with the Indian team, and then we work with the Philippines team. Currently, we are working with the Australian. So it's very expensive, right? You have to bear the air travel, accommodation, everything. So imagine the surprise audit. Yeah, they will be their surprise audit because all the other ISO standard, they communicate and agreed on a date and then they will come for the audit. But right now, for the BRC, what they do is like, there will be a surprise audit, right? They don't communicate with you. So your system has to be there. So when you're getting to the industry where you have a BRC certification, be careful because you don't have a preparation time, right? You don't have a preparation time. You have to maintain everything up to date. That's the mandatory requirement, right? So that's the other advantage. That's why a lot of multinational, they are suppliers to go for BRC standard. Like, if you want to deal with multinational in Sri Lanka, even there are like a company like Unilever, company like Nestle, company like Carlsberg. So if you want to do a like outsource or supplier, then of course you have to get a BRC or FSSC certificate because all the multinational, they push you to get this surprise audit, right? So that is interesting. And then come back to the color coding. If you see the green marking, right? Audit of record system and documentation. Mainly you look at the documentation part, right? And then if you see this like yellow color, audit of production facilities and good manufacturing practice are required, right? So this, they will go to the site. So you need a physical evidence. Right. First, one green color, you need a documentary evidence. The yellow color, you need a physical evidence, facility, observation. And then if you see both colors, green and yellow, both, it can be like, documentation plus the facility, right? So none of the other ISO food safety standard go into this detail, right? So this standard is kind of auditor friendly standard. It gives a lot of detail and getting through audit is very challenging, right? We work with a lot of people, a lot of industries, food industry, primary packaging industry, even cold storage, consumer products. We work with them. So this is the one of the challenging standard we have to work with. Right. Let's move on. Now, there are fundamental requirements. So these fundamental requirements are talk about the senior management commitment and continual improvement. So top management has to have 100% commitment for food safety. Say, for example, if there's a microbiological violation, top management cannot involve with that. And if there's a requirement, they can't say, no, 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 like, let me authorize to release it. No way. So if there's a CCP violation, that's it. I mean, like you can come back and check the why is happened, root cause, and who's responsible, accountable, and then based on that, you can take top management can take action, but you can't release a product to the market, right? So the top management commitment, and whenever there's a facility requirement, so top management has to give, and then we need to have a hazard plan. We need to have very strong internal audit, management of supply, raw material, and packing material. We need to check corrective preventive action. We need to check traceability is a mandatory, and then the standard talk about, we are going to discuss it a bit later, like backward forward traceability, mock recall, we need to have evidence on mock recall, layout, product flow and segregation, housekeeping and hygiene, and then management of allergens, right? So this is a pretty much UK based standard. BRC is the right British Retail Consortium. And then like they are very much vulnerable for the allergens, especially gluten and those kind of areas. So they're very focused on that part, right? Control of operation, labeling and packing control. So in Sri Lanka, like, we need to know about the legal requirement in Sri Lanka. So if you are an exporter, right now we have a friend from tea industry. So if you are exporting, of course, you need to know the receiving country's legal requirement, right? And then training, raw material handling, preparation, process packing, and storage areas we need to check. Right. Now, let's start with the senior management commitment. Now only we are going to start the program. Right. Now you can see the green color, yellow color both, right? I'm basically like selecting few and then work on the site shall have a documented policy which state the site intention to meet the obligation of product safe, legal and authentication product to specified quality and its responsibility of his customer, right? So this there should be a document policy. Say ISO 22000, we only need a policy for the food safety policy. But here the standard demand documented policy on site intention to meet the obligation of product safety legal part, right? Then site senior management shall define the maintain clear plan for development of continual improvement of food safety quality culture. This plan shall include measure need to achieve the positive culture changes. Now, what do you mean by culture change? Can you give me an example from your university? Like I believe like most of you are university student. So what do you think of the university culture? The purpose of university is for what? Provision of education to make sure the undergrads are quite capable of meeting the industry requirement. That's what, right? So the culture should be like that. Say, for example, if you are in a tea manufacturing factory, factory culture should be towards your tea is quite quality as well as food safety tea. So there will be a machine part, people part, method, all these things should incorporate with that. Right. Say, for example, if you are in a plastic packing industry, you need to make sure like your culture is towards food safety. So if somebody see some material inside the bottle, they should have a motivation to pick it up, hold the production and then say, okay, there's a particle inside the product. Oh, I'm like say, oh, maybe you don't see, you pretend you don't see that, and like pass it out. So there will be those kind of a requirement. So that is basically culture, and then the top management has to have a mechanism to make sure culture should be monitored. Now think something and tell me my question is forget about the food industry because you are coming from a lot of all of you are coming from a education institute from your university. Tell me what is the university culture should be positive should be if you are focusing on the industry related fresh graduates. Yeah, what do you think? Maybe you can type, you can turn on mic and explain. What do you think? What do you think about what is the culture you are expecting from university to have a positive culture? What do you think? The education institute, what do you think? Yeah, come on, give me one answer. So you can be free because I'm not one of your lectures. So you can talk freely. What do you think? So what would be the positive culture you are looking at? What would be the culture you are looking at? Say for example, we are running a company, corporate. So even corporate has to have a a positive culture. So people should be able to talk to each other, and then there should be open culture. And then if you are giving incentive or promotion, there should be a criteria, guideline, right? Not no, there shouldn't be a favoration. So that's the positive culture. Even food safety would be the same, right? So what sort of culture you are looking at? And if you want to make a complaint, there should be a process to make a complaint. Right? If you identify there's abnormalities, there should be a process to make abnormalities. So if there's a customer complaint, not only top management, it should communicate back to the operation level. So that's the culture. So what do you think? Can I give one answer, one feedback? Because this culture is a key requirement in BRC standard. So now I asked, because you don't have experience in the food industry, but you have experience in education industry. So what do you think about the positive culture in the education industry? What do you think? Or maybe if you doubt, tell me about your home. So what do you think about the positive culture in your home? What do you think? What do you think the positive culture in your home? But in Sri Lanka, this is bit challenging because, like, always uh, father is correct, right? So if you have a chance to give your opinion, that would be positive culture. Reputation for the degree program, local and international correspondent education system, student focused education. Agreed, right? So internationally, so will be a rating, right? So and then student focused education system. Yeah. See, student and a industry focused education system, because industry need certain qualities, not only the the technical part, right? When we do the interview, we don't go into a lot of technical details, but we are looking at some other aspect, maybe teamwork, maybe whether they are problem solving techniques, whether they can absorb the pressure. We check those kind of thing, right? So when somebody evaluate and give a graduate certificate, we buy that, right? So those kind of thing. So these are agreed, right? Reputation for degree program. Yeah, this is reputation plus. I believe uh, uh, I believe student focus part is a key, right? Or maybe a mechanism to give a feedback, right? About the, say now, maybe Procure team will ask you to provide the you genuine feedback about today's program. So that's a positive culture. So that will be a kind of a learning. So when they organize the next program, they can take a decision whether to take a me or somebody else. If I'm good, they will take me because of your feedback. If your feedback is bad, I'm not good, so they might replace the trainer. So that's a positive feedback, because that's what is required. Because when it's go through the industry, and then training program has to be effective, so they need to find a best person. So find a best person is the one option, is getting a feedback. So that is the open culture, right? So that actually open culture. Right? People don't do that. It's not easy, right? It's not easy. So provision with inclusive personal growth and with academic knowledge. Agreed. Open communication at university. Yeah. So I believe now you started to understand. And then I'm not going to go through the entire thing, right? So then there will be clear objective. We call KPS, which we are going to define later. So based on the food standard, number of complaint, number of rejects, number of CCP violation, or maybe number of training programs they attend, number of training hours. So these are kind of a requirement, right? And then there's another thing. So when you do a management review, right, more senior person, top management should be there for the management review. So they can't say I'm busy, let's just like uh, I just checked whether there's any feedback from the WhatsApp. No. So they can't just say, no, no, I'm very busy. I have another meeting. I can't come for this, management review. No, you have to be there, right? Site most senior person has to be there for the management review. And then there will be if you can read 116, the company shall have a confidential reporting system to enable staff to report concern related to the food safety, authenticity, legibility, and quality. So this is a mandatory requirement. See, ISO 22 HACCP GMP standard doesn't talk about this part. You need to have a mechanism, right? You can communicate if there's any violation. Say for example, now the current practice is, if I'm a trainer, right? If you are not happy with me, I'm like, not my face or whatever, right? The content. And like, say for example, if I'm not doing the training program, and if I started to talk with you on something else, right? So this the entire time is wasting. So there should be a mechanism for you to communicate with the proper team. Say, look, there's an issue with this trainer and we don't like, because these kind of reason. So similar system is required, right? So then I should not know who said that part, right? I should not know that, right? So that is the advanced system. So these are available in sustainability, like not the sustainability, social accountability standard. Say when there are standard called RAP, SA 8000, those kind of SMETA. Those are let me type. So you can Google and see. So these are social accountability standard. They check about your living wages, condition, harassment, those kind of a standard, right? So when you go for this kind of a standard, this is the mandatory requirement. Say for example, if you are getting a harassment from a top management, there should be a mechanism to communicate with the HR team. And like if you go and complain, that's out, right? So there should be an announcement, like communication. Sometimes a lot of the global group, there are communication system, they bypass the local office and then you can directly communicate it with the head office. So that there are a system, right? So and then if you put up a phone or if you put up a collection center, there shouldn't be a cameras, right? So that privacy has to be there. So this food safety standard talk about that part. What do you think about this? So if you have a concern about product safety, authenticity, legally and quality, there should be a confidentially reporting system has to be there. So I believe like now maybe you are listening to this kind of a requirement first time. What do you think of this? Do you think is it good or bad? What do you think of this? This kind of requirement. What do you think? Maybe you can use the good, right? So maybe if you think is good, you can use this mark. If you think it's this bad, you can use this mark. What do you think? What do you think? Abhi said good. So others, what do you think? Is it good? Yeah, I think this is a good move, right? So this is the requirement. See, these are mandatory requirement, right? So when the auditors come, they will check. So you can see that you need to have a reporting system, right? So let me move on. And then try to have a genuine original hard copy of electronic version of current standard. So this standard you don't need to purchase, you can download, right? That's a mandatory requirement. So and then uh, participate for the opening and closing meeting. These are requirements. So most senior production and operation managers site has to come for the training program, the meeting, right? Then want to talk about organization structure, responsibility, and management authority. Company shall have an organization chart demonstrating the management structure of the company, the responsibility for the management of activity which ensure food safety, authenticity, legality, and quality shall be clearly allocated and understood by the managers responsible, and it shall clearly documented who, despite of the absence of responsible person. So that's a small changes, right? Now, I'm not going to go read everything, but I will basically pick the most important part and the changes, right? Say for example, any ISO, if you go for ISO standard basically asks you to develop a organization chart. So BRC version 9 did that. And then there should be a responsibility, quality food safety, and then you need to document that. All ISO standard has that part, and then BRC also do that part. And then there's a word called understood. So you need to communicate and you need to understood. Now we have two members. I'm not going to ask, right? Then so we have two members from tea industry and plastic. May I know you are certified for BRC? We have two friends from industry, right? Maybe there will be more, but right now I only get feedback from two. So are you certified for BRC? Maybe definitely you might certify for any. Yes, okay. So we got Dinity from is it tea Dinity or plastic Dinity? So now we have two Dinities, right? Tea and plastic. Which one? We
Yes,
are
sir.
this Dinity, yeah?
Yes, sir.
All right, Dinity T, right? Okay. So you have a BRC certificate. So I'm not going to ask this question because then this is not going to be a training program. This will be audit. So Dinity, you already have a JD, right? So if I ask your JD, Dinity, you should be able to explain, not word by word, but you should be able to explain it, right, Dinity? Yeah.
Yes,
Don't
sir.
worry, I'm not going to ask the JD, but you say yes, right? You can do that part, right? Dindy, can you explain your so you are a quality executive. So you can explain you understand what are the food safety requirement in my JD, right? JD means job description. You're with me, right, Dindy? Dinity is there. All right, okay. So she understands, she explained that part. Now, all other ISO standards stop at that point. But when you go for BRC, you can see it shall clearly document who despises in the absence of the responsible person. Say, now Diniti is on a leave. Like say, for example, we'll say she has a MSc or whatever. She will take a leave for one week, or maybe she wants to attend for the lead auditor program for BRC. After this program, you might start to do that. So there will be a 5-day program. You need to go for 40 hours. And then like, when you go for that program, there are like, I'm like, she is accountable, but there should be somebody who's responsible. So this standard asks, okay, if you are not there, who will be taking care of your responsibilities? That documentation has to be there. So management or somebody doesn't need to go and search like, okay, Dinity is not there, where's that particular file? So there's another like trainee executive or maybe some other department person is basically responsible and handling Dinity's work, right? Like, product executive work, right? So that is the requirement. So that's why I said like, this standard go a little bit, not little bit, like, go beyond the basic requirement. Basic requirement is you need to have organization structure, you need to have a JDs, and then you need to have like, JD has to be communicated and then people should understand, know about the JDs. But when you go to BRC, it said, okay, no, look, that part is there, but then what happened if that person is not there? So there should be a documented information about that part, right? And then site senior management has to communicate aware about the responsibility and demonstrate work carried out as per the site policy, right? And then staff shall be aware, need to report any risk or any evidence unsafe or out of specification product equipment, like, material. Say if you see a like, cobweb in your packing line or maybe a packaging material. So if you see a like, pest rat in your like, in your warehouse, there should be a reporting line, right? There should be a communication mechanism. People should know what is happening, right? And if the site does not have appropriate in-house knowledge on food safety, authenticity, and legitimacy or quality, external expert, maybe example, food safety consultant may be used. However, right. So this is the challenging part. So standard give a provision you can use a consultant. Say for example, now like now these two industry, these are classic example, tea and a plastic industry. So when you do a hazard study, you need to do a like, chemical, physical, micro part you need to do, right? That I agree. But do you think like, tea industry you need to have a microbiologist? Plastic industry you need to have a microbiologist? Now what are you going to do? Now you have a challenge, right? So you are running a tea factory, you are running a plastic. So tea is basically a kind of in terms of microbiological, it's a kind of a safe product because its moisture level is maybe 4 to 6, or maybe less than that. And then like, there are high risk on chemical. So that's where we have a biggest problem in Sri Lankan tea, right? Chemical part and the physical part. But in microbiological, safe is basically tea is basically a very safe product, and the plastic industry, uh, like is microbiological contamination is very minimum, right? So, do you think you need to have a full-time microbiologist? So we have people from biotechnology and all kind of a thing. So now I'm going to close the doors for you. So what do you think? If it is yes, tell me. So now we are going for a hazard BRC in tea and plastic industry. Agreed. Ice cream, margarine, all other food industries, agreed. We need a microbiologist. Poultry, agreed. But what about tea and plastic industry? So now how are we going to do the hazard plan? Tell me. I hope my question is clear to you, right? My question is, so you are in a plastic industry, you are in a tea industry. So 1 to 4, uh, they are going for a HACCP, HACCP. They are going to do a HACCP study. So of course you need to understand the microbiological part. So now is organization need to hire a microbiologist or can they use somebody as a consultant? What do you think? So I'll make sure, I'm like, say, now we have three industry: tea, plastic, and ice cream. Which industry you need to hire microbiologists? Which industry you can use as a consultant? Somebody use as a consultant with the microbiological background. Is my question clear to you?
For ice cream, they need to hire a person, but for plastic manufacturing, they can have a consult.
Of course. What about tea, Adishwar? What about tea?
Yeah, tea also they can consult.
They can consult. So, say for example, now, uh, okay, I forget about the plastic. So now tea, uh, when they do a like, so they hire a consultant and they do a HACCP study, fine. And then while they unload the tea, they started to see a fungal growth tea. Now what are you going to do? Now what are you going to do?
Yeah,
Adishwar, what do you think?
then they need to hire a person. So otherwise, it will be difficult. Like throughout the process, we need to check about the microbial growth and things like that.
No, Arjun, like you're initial right. They don't need to hire a consultant. Again, see, microbiological fungal growth, anybody can see it, right? Right.
Yeah.
So the microbiologist, what they're supposed to do is they need to train the people, right? They need to, yeah, I think this is tea dignity, right? So check the moisture. So microbiologist will say, okay, look, this is my tea, the moisture level. When you receive a tea, if it is exceeding 8, 9, Diniti, what is the percentage? 8, 9, right? You reject it. Or if you see a visual microbe growth or lumps, then you need to reject. So that's why standard said, okay, you can hire a consultant, fine, but the what do you call ice cream industry you can't, because you need to have a microbiologist to check the sample and release the product, because those are high risk product. Meat industries you can hire a consultant, right? You need to have a microbiologist with the qualification. But like tea and plastic, maybe you can use a microbiologist on a contract basis, but then they need to train the people. So that's why standard said, okay, look, you can use a consultant, but day-to-day operation has to be done by your team, right? So this, you can see this standard, right? Very informative, like you give all the information, right? So they basically communicate, they basically give all the information, right? So this is the challenging part, right? So they basically communicate, okay, these are the basic requirement. Yeah, Inaksha, you have a question. Inaksha, you raise a hand.
So in the plastic industry, let's say they are making the plastic container for ice cream.
Hmm.
So what will happen then? So
Yeah,
cross contamination can happen, no? So on
yes,
those kind of
see,
occasions.
those kind of occasion, what happen is, say for example, now when it's come to a plastic, so it's an injection molding, right? So when it's come to injection molding, they can hire a consultant and then run through with the entire system and identify what are the vulnerable points. Say for example, now we are going to discuss about the environmental conditions, surrounding environment condition also, right? Where they can have a microbiological contamination, maybe from the people, maybe from the environment condition. Then you do a kind of a control for the packaging industry, and as per the guideline from the consultant, and then they verify. Say for example, they might say, okay, I need to have a clean room condition. So your the air should, like like in the packaging part, so air should come from the filtration, right? Once you have that guideline, then maybe once a month you need to check. So you might not need to keep a microbiologist. Or maybe they will say, okay, look, every batch, send a sample for the microbiological lab for do the swab testing. So that's part is there. Actually, you are clear?
Yes, yes, yes.
Yeah. So you might not need to keep a microbiologist, but you need to get a microbiologist as a consultant, as an external resource, and then identify what are the basic requirements.
Yes, sir.
right? Then only,
Yeah, sir. My question was that the plastic manufacturing company, they will send their product to so many industries, no? So
yes.
same method do not want to apply, right?
No, no, you don't.
Yeah.
See, when it's come to plastic manufacturing industry, they have like a lot of plastic industry. Say for example, injection molding. Maybe they are sending product for the personal care filling. But again, personal care filling also like cream, shampoo and all. So they will do the same caring. So they maintain basic hygiene factory practices. Sometimes their hygiene practices are much better than the food industry, right? But then again, they manufacture like other industries, other product like the chairs and all the like all other product which is not go to a like the food industry. So they have like different areas like say for example chair, table and all like. So again it's injection molding, right? So but then they use a different mechanism, right? Or maybe say for example you are using a blow molding, but it's not good for a food industry. So then your air comes from a like a oil free compressor, right? But for the food industry it's come from oil free but other with the oil. So they have a different controls. So and then even within the factory they have like two factories. Say for example if I'm running a plastic factory, right? And then I have like two different categories like personal care, food, and consumer, right? So I don't consumer care, I don't need to worry about anything, just maybe open space. But for the food industry, I need to have all basic GMP requirement. So this plastic industry, they have that. Inaksha, you got it?
Yeah, clear, sir. Thank you.
Right. So it depends. Within the factory, you have a different compartment. Now I believe like you are clear about it, right? So this part, right? The consultancy part, but day-to-day operation, there should be a responsibility of the company. Right. Now, we are going to touch about the food safety plan and hazard, right? So when you talk about the food safety plan and hazard, so this is where like, your interesting area, right? But we are not going to go through lot because like, hazard is again, a like, full workshop. But I'll try to cover with the case studies, right? So standard said the HACCP of food safety plan shall be developed and managed by multidisciplinary food safety team that include those responsible for quality assurance, technical management, product operation, and other relevant function, engineering, hygiene. So HACCP has to be a multidisciplinary team. It cannot be a single person's job. So if you have a responsibility and JD, if you can say, oh, you are responsible for entire hazard and only one person, that's wrong. Should have a multidisciplinary person, like depend on the product type. You might have a chemist, you might have a microbiologist, you might have an engineer, you might have a QA guys, you might have a production team members. So depend on your product type, you can have a multidisciplinary team, right? And then team leader shall have an in-depth knowledge of codex as a principle. So team leader should be like, in-depth knowledge person or equivalent and be able to demonstrate competent experience and training where there is a legal requirement for specific training shall be in place. So there are some countries like you need to get this legal license, hazard license. But in Sri Lanka, what we do is like we expect the team leader to have a hazard like program or maybe at least a lead auditor qualification from HACCP or ISO 22000 or BRC, whatever qualification has to be there, right? The team member shall have a specific knowledge on hazard and relevant knowledge of product, process, and associated hazard. So maybe any organization, you can have a one person with this qualification. Then that person can train other members, right? The scope of hazard or food safety plan, including the product and process covered, shall be defined, right? So this has to be defined, right? So let me move on. And then there are things called prerequisite. In terms of GMP, HACCP, even ISO 20000 we use prerequisite. We call GMP, right? Good manufacturing practice. But when it's come to ISO 20000, when it comes to the BRC standard, now we change. We call prerequisite program. So here we talk about the site shall establish and maintain environment and operational program ensure to create environment suitable to product safe and legal food requirement prerequisite program as a guide. These may be include following, although this is not a exhaustive list. So you can increase. So now to answer this, I think Ineshka's question, right? So this will be the right time. See, cleaning and inspection part, right? I will go through a lot of detail. Pest management, maintenance program for equipment and building, personal hygiene requirement, staff training, supply approval and purchase, transportation arrangement, process of prevent cross contamination, allergen management. So these are kind of a prerequisite, but say this is depend on the industry. Say for example, if I'm running a meat factory, poultry factory, right? Or maybe if I'm running a plastic factory, or if I'm running a tea factory, my prerequisites are different. Say meat factory, it's actually like, imagine you have a slaughterhouse and everything. So it's a wet flow concept, right? So it's a wet flow, like, you need to have a tile walls. The floor has to be tile. You need to have like, draining system, closed draining system, right? So like, and all the table has to be SS and all. So it's a washable requirement, right? When people comes, they have to come with the boots and they have to come from like, water beds and all. Like, so those are the kind of a requirement. But imagine if it is a tea and a plastic, it's a dry flow. You might not need to have a like, tile wall and a drain system inside the factory, right? So it's depend on the product risk category. You can design your layout. We are going through the layout in a bit, but we will go more detail on the layout plan. So these are the prerequisite. So if there's a violation in the prerequisite, you're gone, right? So prerequisite has to maintain, right? And then describe the product. A full description of each product or group of products shall be developed, which include all relevant information on the food safety as a guide. This may include the following, although it's not an exclusivity. So composition, we need to understand. Say, for example, if it is tea, what is the composition of the tea? What is the raw material, ingredient, allergens, and all? If it is plastic, so plastic, like, you can't just say plastic, right? It's like PET, PET, like, different metal materials are there. So there will be a mix. So, and then you can't use recycle, right? It has to be virgin, right? In Sri Lanka, I'm like, all materials has to be plastic material, has to be like, if it is a food or primary packaging for cosmetic industry, it has to be virgin. But there are countries, even water bottles, right? They are using a recycled materials. They were saying, happily saying, 100% recycled materials, right? So that's the challenging part we are facing right now, right? So that's the challenging part we are facing right now. So we need to make sure, like, the which industry we are looking at, right? So these are kind of a tricky areas. And then origin of ingredients, physical or chemical properties that impact food safety, treatment and processing, packaging system, modify atmosphere, vacuum, like, areas, storage and distribution condition, chill, ambient, maximum shelf life under prescribed storage and use condition. So these are the described product categories we basically need to look. Right. Now, we are going to do a first case study. Say for example, now all of you are, we have a friends who coming from a tea industry, who coming from plastic industry, and maybe all of you are like, some sort of a product, maybe you can use the technology. Can you describe the product or product category going through the BRC certification using this parameter? Composition, origin of ingredients. Say, for example, if you are taking a tea, you might say, okay, it's up country tea, low country tea, or it's a kind of a blend. Or if it is plastic, where you get the plastic material? Is it China? Is it India? Or what is the chemical physical characteristic? Treatment of composition. So is it like, tea? There will be a, like, heating process going through, right? But others, you don't need to go through that. So look at that all requirement, right? So I'll give 5 minutes. Can you do this case study? So are you clear about this question? First of all, you take one product, whatever the product, use technology, right? Maybe use AI, whatever. But industry, when you go to industry, don't use AI, right? But can you describe a product? Can you describe a product or product category you are going to get the BRC certificate. Say if it is tea, if it is plastic, or if it is meat, whatever. But these item has to be covered. You got my question? Did you got my question? Are you clear? Right? Adishwar, you are clear? Inaksha, you are good?
Yes, sir.
Tinduni and Dinit, yeah, all good, right? Okay, let's take 5 minutes. Now 10:20, 10:25. Right. Let's see. I started to get feedback. Uh, Black tea, Moiram. Okay. Rizvi. Product description, black tea, product category, dried beverage, product black tea. Product description, black tea is dried, oxidized leaf product obtained from plant, Camellia sinensis. It is introduced to the human consumption. Okay. Composition, 100% processed tea leaves of natural, okay, origin of ingredient, tea leaves so approved for tea plantation, raw material sourced from certified. Okay, so this origin of ingredients, you can mention which which area, like because in Sri Lanka, like there are like low country, up country, mid, right? So you have to mention like which area, right? Physical chemical properties. So one more thing. So now moisture typically less than 5%. Now we have a challenge. Where did you get this information? The physical and chemical properties, where did you get this? Low water activity, zero point 0.6, inhibited microgrowth, slightly indicate infusion, 5-6 when brewed. So where did you get this information? What would be the source for this information? Because we can't just, now we can use the AI, that's fine, but there should be a reference when you go for like, scientific reference. Where do you get this information? The tea, like, the moisture content and all. So normally you need to get this information from tea board, right? So there are tea board guideline, SLS guideline for tea. So we have friend from tea, right? Dinity is there, so she should know about this. So there's a SLS guideline, tea board guideline. So you can get. So process withering, lowering, oxidation. Yeah, agreed. Packing system. Yeah, foil pack, paper pack, tea bag. Okay, 12 24 month agreed. Fully agreed. Sausage and meat was. Paratha and non-meat raw materials are taken origin from the natural and artificial. Then like when you take a meat product, you have to again mention the which area, or maybe sometimes you are import meat, right? So which area you are, which country you are importing the meat. So those part you need to mention. Okay, all right, you guys are quite good. So I got like two feedbacks. So anybody others, if you want, you can use the WhatsApp. So if you write down in your paper, maybe you can take a picture and like so let me check. Uh, yep. So nothing from the group. So if you write it down in a paper, maybe you can take a picture and like upload into your WhatsApp. Yeah, that's also fine. Right. So now let's move on. So now you know how to do a product description as well. So this is the key part. Even this is the kind of a major requirement for HACCP as well. Like you need to do this study for ingredients, raw material, finished goods, and everything. Right. So sometimes when you go for a HACCP and food safety audit, you don't see this information, right? Or maybe you introduce new product, but these informations are not there. Or maybe your suppliers has changed. Earlier you are bringing product from like Iran, now you can't bring the product, and then you go to some other country, but like is not indicated in the product description. So this has to be live, right? So I told you, when you come to BRC, get ready for the surprise audit, right? So there will be surprise audit. Now you have done the first case study, and then you need to identify the intended use. The intended use of the product by the customer and expected alternative use shall be described, defining the consumer target group, including the suitability of the product for vulnerable group of the population, infant, elderly, allergic, like So intended use, there are one concern called reasonable foreseeable use. What do you mean by reasonable foreseeable use? Like, intended use mean like, the tea intended use is you need to put it in the hot water, brew it, and then you take out the tea bag, you like add sugar, whatever, and then you drink the extract, right? You are supposed to drink the tea extract. That's what you do. right? And then plastic bottle intended use is this will be using as a primary packaging. And then even PET water bottle, they will say, okay, single use. You can't reuse it. There will be a microplastic, right? So there will be a product description intended use. But there are certain misuses, right? We call reasonable foreseeable uses. So when it's come to food industry, we are not that much worried about that. But there are cases, right? There are cases the infant and all kind of a thing. There are cases, but we do hazard study for consumer product. But then mainly we are looking at the reasonable foreseeable uses, misuses. Like now, I'll take you example in because the BRC there's another standard called BRC consumer good, right? Say for example, now car wash, you're supposed to wash the car. That's it, because there's no high risk of contamination with the human. But when you use the shampoo or when you use the toothpaste, what is the intended use for toothpaste? You're supposed to brush your teeth and throw away the toothpaste. But are you throwing 100%? No, there's a certain portion you consume. Right? Even when you wash, when you using a shampoo, right? You're supposed to wash your hair, right? And then you're supposed to wash it, throw away. But what happened? Right? There's a certain portion you can consume. So the manufacturer need to consider manufacturer need to consider about that part as well, right? Manufacturer need to consider your the reasonable foreseeable use as well, right? So he need to consider so that's why car wash, the chemicals are not food grade, but the shampoo, all the chemicals are food grade because you are considering the reasonable foreseeable use, reasonable, not unreasonable one. Toothpaste, all the materials has to be food grade because it's reasonable use. So I believe you understand that part, right? So in BRC, we are looking at that, the intended use, and then when you do a risk assessment, everything you basically cover on the intended use. Now, construct a flow diagram. So this is very tricky, very important part in hazard, right? This is the most important part in hazard. The flow diagram shall be prepared to cover each product category or process. So there should be a flow diagram to cover each product category or process. So imagine if I'm doing a BRC for the hotel, right? Imagine the number of product category. They have so many kitchen, Thai kitchen, Japanese kitchen, Sri Lankan kitchen, and then you have a meat product. You have like cold chain, you have a fruit juice, you have salads, you have a bakery product, right? So many products are there. So we need to have a hazard plan for each and every. You need to have process map for each and everything. So sometimes it's more complicated doing a BRC or hazard program in the hotel than a manufacturing facility. Because manufacturing facility, if it is tea, we have only one hazard plan, one process flow diagram. If it is plastic, if it is blow molding only, we have only one line, one process diagram. But when it's come to a hotel, the restaurant, it's so complicated. So many process maps are there. So when it's come to audit, people will ask, okay, how many HSCP plans you have? Right? So depend on that only they allocate number of auditors. So this is very important part. This shall set up all aspects of the food process operating within HACCP or food safety plan scope, from material receipts to processing, storage, and distribution. As a guide, this should include the following, although this is not an exclusive list: plan of premises and equipment layout, raw material including introduction of the utilities and other contact material. Example, water packaging. Say for example, you have a process, but you include water. So there will be a packaging. Sometimes you include air. Say for example, if somebody asks you to put a pineapple. Say you have a vendor in the street, you ask for a pineapple. So what he does is take a spoon. So these are the process step. Take a bag, put pineapple into the bag. But that's not the process. So what he do is basically open the bag, blow it, then put pineapple. So if you miss out that step, the blowing, you are missing the biggest asset, right? So those information has to be there. I hope you got my point, right? Sequence and interaction of all process steps. So you have to have process steps, outsource process and subcontracting work. If there's outsource, if there's subcontracting, you need to include potential for process delay. Sometimes, like, you're delaying it. Rework, reject, take sample, rework and recycling, low high risk, high care area segregation, finished product, intermediate, semi product, and all. So when you do a process diagram, you need to consider all. Right? But before the process diagram, before case study, I'll show you this part. Right? Say for example, now you can see this example. Heated base, some products are there, spray chamber using pump, and then liquid products comes through it. So, and then, there are two byproducts. Water collected by water collector, and then dust is collected into this you say XX product, vacuum spray chamber. Again, there's a scenario, and then there will be introduction. You can see number 24. Air is produced by blower pump, and then 25 air is followed through the chilling unit. So then chips are sent to the silo using chill air. So these are steps, like, you need to identify all the steps, right? So you can't just eliminate any step, think like, everybody knows about it. You need to identify all the steps. So this is a classic example. Now we are going to do a case study, right? The case study two. Can you develop a process flow diagram for black tea making? Like, now it's tea time, but we are not going to break for a tea because we need to cover a lot. So we'll break for lunch, but not for tea, right? So can you make a tea process? Now I want you to prepare a process flow diagram. You're going to make a plain tea, plain tea, like, without any milk, but I need a sugar, right? So can you make a process flow diagram, plain tea with the sugar? Can you do that? So I'll make a, I need detail, right? I'll give maybe 10 minutes because this is very important. So now 10:38. So if you want to have a tea, you can have it now. I'm not going to stop for the tea break, because we had to cover a lot, but don't worry, we'll stop for lunch, right? So 10:48. So during this time, you can ask somebody to make a plain tea for you as well. Can we do this? Team, are we good? Can we do this? Can you make a process flow diagram for plain tea making? Can you do that? Can we do that? So I'm not getting feedback. Guys, I need feedback. Come on. Okay, Adishwara, okay. What about, can I get one more feedback? Mahesh, are you okay? Right, okay. Right, okay. So let's take 10 minutes, and so you can write it down in a paper, maybe take a picture and upload into the group, or maybe share in the WhatsApp chat. I'm pretty okay on both. Okay, we got feedbacks. Let's see. So let's see, PME. I mean, like, don't worry about your name and all, like, because this will be a learning, right? So you plenty with sugar, you add water, measure the required amount, boil water, add tea leaves, tea bag, brewing for 3 to 5 minutes, remove tea leaves, tea bags, add sugar, stir, serving, plenty ready. Okay. Now, I mean, like, this is uh, PUMI, right? So your all steps are there. What about uh, what about tea tasting part? Add sugar. Don't you taste this like whether tea is like the blend is like the tea the sugar level is okay or not? So maybe I mean other than that that's fine, right? Okay. So raw material water, tea powder, sugar, boiling heat up to 100, tea addition, add tea powder leaves, brew for 2 to 3 minutes, sugar addition, add required quantity, mixing. Now there's an issue. Now this process, who's this? I'm taking few. I mean, I'm not just not. I'm not going to criticize you, right? But when you do this kind of a thing, like this is a very simple example, right? I'm taking a very simple example: tea making, plain tea making, right? So you take this example. I believe all of you can see. We got a spoon, right? So don't worry about your name, right? You are helping us to understand. You have a tea, water, tea addition, and then brewing for 2 to 3 minutes. And then imagine you have a tea, right? Tea already like tea powder leaves already there in the bag, in the cup. Then you add sugar. We don't do that, right? We don't do that. So we filter then only sugar, right? Mixing, stir, ensure. Then so then only you can't do so you can't miss up the step, right? So then you filter final product, but other than that it's okay, right? Vanilla cup, vanilla cake. We never asked you to, Pratibha, we never asked you to make a vanilla cake. I'm sorry, we are not going to go through that. I'm not familiar with the vanilla cake. That's a lot of there will be a lot of confusion. You can't have a straight line for vanilla cake, right? Say tea also, like if you take like washing the cup, boiling one step, and then you organizing a teacup. So let's see that. All right, boiling water, tea brewing, filtration. No, 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 no. So boiling water, tea brewing. So where's the adding part? Abhi, right? So you need to like tea brewing, like you have a boiled water. So where's the tea? Right, you need to include that. So tea, you are taking a spoon or by your hand. So depend on your like how you're going to take the tea. There will be like introduction of the hazard. If you are taking a tea from hand, or if you are taking a tea bag, if you are taking a tea leaves, so this step has to be elaborate, right? Filtration and then add sugar by what? Then mixing and then serve a cup, right? So you need to go into that detail, right? You want me to go through again? Boil, add tea leaves, brew the tea, turn off the heat. Oh, there's the issue, right? Boiled water. Jayatipan Rao, I have a problem. You have a boiled water, so you add into the boiled water and then leave it there. Then only you off it. Then strain, right? Say, for example, you have a kettle with 1 liter, right? You have a one person to serve a tea, right? And then are you going to how many tea bags you're going to add there? Like how many tea grams you're going to add there? So guys, be careful, right? So this process map has to be spot on, right? Without process map being spot on, you can't do anything, right? So this is not correct. So just give me 1 minute. right, team? Like, so we have to be very careful because it should reflect the true situation, true process, right? So you are not going to add the tea bag into a boiled water. So let me see one more. Uh, Water boiling, add tea leaves, brewing, filtering, add sugar, mixing. No, like, there should be elaboration, right? Water, tea, sugar, equipment, cleaning, preparation, kettle, spoon. Fully agreed, Sadhumini. Like, it's really nice. Water measurement, water boiling, tea addition, leaves, tea bag, brewing for 3 minutes, stirring, filtration, transfer to the sieve to a container if needed, sugar added, mixing, stir. Yeah, this was quite good. Cup preparation, clean dry cup, pouring into the cup. Yeah, this is actually good. Raw material receiving tea leaves, tea bags, sugar, water, inspection of quality check, water heating and tea brewing water, filtration, sugar adding, mixing, quality filter. Yeah, that's good. Right. I think like I got some feedback from WhatsApp as well. Let me go through. Um, Start, power, pour water, boiled water. So I think like I got a Viranga. So your process map, I mean like you shared in the WhatsApp group, right? So Viranga like start, pour water, boil water, add tea leaves in the kettle. I don't know like normally are you adding tea leaves into kettle? Say kettle has about like say 1 liter or maybe 500 milliliters of water, right? Your tea cup is about like maybe 50 ml, right? So your if you want to make a tea cup for a plain tea cup for a one person, one bag is enough. But if you put one tea bag or one teaspoon into a kettle, like it won't enough, right? So you are not. I don't know. For me, the process I know, you don't add tea into the kettle, right? Are you doing that? So you are coming from food industry, right? So are you putting tea into the kettle? Guys, come on, right? So I don't know, like maybe even commercial, I don't think so, right? So we are not. So when you do a process map, you have to go right, pour into a cup. Why milk? See, guys, like when you become a say you have to follow the instruction. So I don't need a milk tea. So imagine now I want a black tea because I'm allergen for some sort of protein. So that is why I request for a plain tea. So you are a food specialist, food team members. You are looking at the BRC. Now instead of giving me a plain tea because I am allergic for milk, and then you are giving pouring milk, right? So I don't want that, right? So Adishwar, let's see. Uh, Tap water, boiling, add tea leaves, brewing, filter, add sugar. Um so again, I'm sure I think like you need to include this part. Lacro, I can't download your one. Download fail. I don't know for some JPG image. But guys, don't worry about don't worry about this, right? Like about my critiques, right? Because it's a learning curve. We need to learn this, right? Like all of you are here just to learn the BRC system. So I'm like this is the opportunity. Say if you make same mistake at the industry, then there will be a bigger problem, right? So whoever submit these case studies, I give my 100% opinion, right? Even if time not permit, maybe I can later also I can go through and give a feedback. So don't worry about that because I try to give all the feedbacks because you are putting effort. My job is to give a feedback for that, right? So now you know how important is developing a process map, right? See, you need to capture everything. right? Basically, you need to capture everything. Now you can see this process flow chart. Even very minor information they captured, like you can see number 18, scrap using scraper and make the the chips, whatever the product. So then 19, dust is collected into the vacuum spray chamber bin, right? And then water is collected by water collector. So all byproducts will be identified right now. So you complete the process flow diagram, and then next thing, verify the process flow diagram, right? The HACCP food safety team. So there should be a multidisciplinary team has to be there. So this team shall verify the accuracy of the flow diagram by on-site audit at least annually. And whenever there are changes to the process, to ensure that any changes have been considered as a part of HACCP or food safety plan. Daily and seasonal variance shall be considered and evaluated. Record of verified flow diagram shall be maintained. So why you need to verify? Now imagine we took a very simple example of tea, plain tea making with the sugar. So now that's the question. So imagine like out of this team, there are different methodology. Everybody knows how to make a plain tea. But when you develop a process map, you identify somebody put tea into the kettle. So some person like in way ask for a what do you call plain tea because I'm allergic to milk, and then you add milk. So that is wrong, right? So then the standard what required is okay. Once you complete the process flow map, at least annually, you need to go and verify. What do you mean by verify? Physically, you need to verify. Say now, for example, now you have a document, process flow diagram with you. And then you can ask somebody to make a plain tea. You check whether this person is taking hot water, keeping for boiling, and then clean the cups, right? And then clean cups are there. So once you started to boil, the person add 2 teaspoon or like tea bag into it. And then like take the water, hot water from a kettle, pour it to the tea bag, tea cup, right? Until it's submerged up to a half or more than half, right? And then it's closed, keep for 3 to 2 minutes. You are using some other apparatus to close it. So none of you have include that part, right? You are not just keep the tea, put tea bag or tea powder and open for 2 to 3 minutes, because it emit the heatness, right? So you basically what you do is keep it for 2 3 minutes, right? And then you close it. So that closing step is very important, because if there's any physical matter that can contaminate, right? You close it and keep it there. And then you open the lid, you take tea bag out, or if it is a tea, like tea leaves, you filter. So you get a strainer, right? So if the strainer is not cleaned properly, there will be issue. Maybe imagine you use strain the milk, so then there will be a allergenic contamination there, right? So those steps, and then you pour into another cup, and then only you take a spoon, you add sugar. One, you add, mix it, you taste it, right? You do the tasting, and then you if think if not enough, I need to add another half a spoon. You add another half a spoon, and then stir it. Then you again taste it, and then only you stir. So your process map, there are certain critical steps are missing. One is using the strainer. So we have to make sure this strainer is very clean strainer. Second thing, tasting of the tea. That's very critical. Right. So those part has to be there. So physically, like standard said, at least annually, you need to verify. So when we started to work on the HACCP program in the industries, we will check this part, right? So when you check the any production house, there are so many modifications, right? There are so many modifications when you go through the lines, right? Sometimes there will be bottleneck, right? There are dead ends. Say sometimes one particular line they cut it and then they have a bypass. So those things are not captured, right? Those things are not captured. Or maybe they introduce a new machine. Imagine in T scenario, initially you use you use actually say tea bags. Then maybe you want to cut the cost, you use the tea leaves. And then the strainer was introduced. So the process has changed a lot, right? So these things has to be there in your system. Those are mandatory requirement, right? So this is like process flow diagram, right? I believe now you are clear about the process flow diagram, because see, if you miss one particular step, right, that step won't captured in your hazard analysis, hazard identification, it won't capture there. I hope you understand my point now. Are you clear why this process mapping is so important? Are you clear? Yeah, Dilme is okay. What about others? So now people from industry, go back, check your process flow diagram, right? Rizvi, thank you. You are said yes, right? Go back, and then people who are just passing out, and when you are ready, getting ready to going for the industry, and then industry has a plan, and then people might say, okay, let's do a hazard plan. But before start doing any hazard thing, you have to say, okay, when was the last time you validate your process flow diagram? Most of the industry, they said, like, we know what is our process. No, but it doesn't matter, right? That doesn't matter. You actually need to go to the flow, physically validate, physically evaluate the process flow diagram, right? Physically verify the process flow diagram. That's a mandatory requirement. So at least annually you need to. So normally what we do is, like, all the other information you can have as soft copies, but the process flow diagram you need to take a hard copies, and then in the hard copies with the date, food safety team members should sign it off. Because sometimes, like, engineering people, there are scenarios. Say sometimes some people might, there are things like what they do is, like, they want to increase the productivity, and then QA and food safety team people will put a filters. So the filter, when you're putting a filters, like, productivity output will be slow. So engineering team remove the filters. When you go through the plant, the process line, there's no filters at all, right? So you can highlight those points, right? So this is very important part. Any question on this? Do you have any question? Is it clear to you all? Process map is why this such important? Yeah, I think it's yes. Right. Let's move on. Now, when you complete the process flow diagram, you can come to a hazard identification. List of all potential hazard associated with each process step. Say, uh, in hazard, HACCP and ISO 22000, we are worried about only 4 type of hazard: chemical, physical, microbiological, allergens. So there are another 2 type of hazards are introduced in BRC. The HACCP food safety team shall identify and record all the potential hazards that are reasonably expected to occur at each step in relation to the product, process and facilities. This shall include hazard present in raw material, those introduced during the process, so serving the process steps, and consideration of following type of hazard. So you can't stop at 4, but my case study, I only focus on the 4 because other 2 are bit tricky. I got a feedback. This, yeah, Kulratna, thanks for the feedback. I think, like, yeah, we did the document review as a verification, not physical verification. Now got the reality and actual need. Actual need. Yeah, Kuranda, because you can't see, even if it is a TE. That's why I took the example. TE, like, we think we know about it. And when you ask from the production team, they say, "No, no, api okkoma dannawa." They will say, "No, no, make a line, all kind of thing." And this is correct. But when you take the line diagrams, right? When you take the line diagrams and actually go through the line diagrams with the food safety, you can see the amount of modification they have done within the year is crazy. Sometimes modification done by the engineering team. Yeah, yes, they told, right? Everyone said we know everything, but go through the line. Sometimes modification done by the engineering. Sometimes even engineering team doesn't know the modification. The workers, The operators, they identify some shortcuts. They will say, okay, Matya, like, we don't need to add these mixtures together. Like, I separate places, I add everything together. So you are supposed to add, like, the ingredients in a different platform, different timing. But what they do is, like, they combine everything in that. That is wrong, right? So when you do this process identification, they will do that, right? So don't go by the word. I think like Kulnaratha, I think like now one good like outcome of the program, right? See, we are not just want to give you the certificate, right? We want you to implement this, and when you go to the industry, we want you to practice these things. So that's why, like, with this program, we try to do a lot of practical case studies. Then only you understand. Otherwise, if I just run through the standard, it's pointless. You can even download the standard, you can read it, right? But here, what we try to do with the Procul with team, we try to, like, share our experience. So that's where you can get a lot of thing, because see, like last 20 years, we are worked with almost 600 industries. I believe, like, with that 600 industries, we covered everything, right? Very few industries which we have not covered, right? Yeah, Konrad, thank you very much for the feedback. So I think, like, now you have one homework. As soon as you go back to the industry, get the process flow diagram, get your food safety team, run through your process line, then you will see, you will get shock. And if possible, I believe Procure team will keep the WhatsApp group for sometimes. You can give us a feedback. Don't give a lot of information, but say, like, you identify maybe 10, 20 amount of changes, right? So that should reflect in you as a plan as well, right? Now, so I'm not, since, like, most of you are coming from uh, the university background, I'm not going to go through the additional two requirement, but I'll try to stick to the case study on these two, but I'll explain that, right? So these are the hazard, like microbiological hazard, like if it is tea, we talk about molds, yeast, like, fungus, those kind of a thing, right? The physical contamination for tea can be like, metal pieces, glass pieces, the hair pieces, like, cloth, everything can be a physical contamination. And chemical contamination can be like, pesticide, right? So heavy metals in the pesticide. So that can be part of chemical. And then here, and they talk about radiological contamination. So sometimes some industries, this is also another additional thing, radioactive ingredients, right? Sometimes, like, uh, yeah, in Sri Lanka, like, food product, we don't send through a radioactive ingredients, but medical products, we are sending through a, like, a gamma rays or something, right? So if there's a trace amount, so they will say, okay, chemical and radiological contaminations are there. Or maybe we are getting a product like salmon and all product from like areas where you have issues. So that we need to consider. And then, so I believe that is very straightforward. And let me finish the allergen part also. Allergen is like, there are, if you go to a WHO site, you can get a, like, allergen list, right? And then apart from those allergen lists, you can identify like, regional allergens. Like, say, for example, pineapple is not in the allergen list, but there are people who allergen to pineapple. So depend on the countries, there are the regional allergens are there, right? But then what about the fraud and malicious contamination, right? Say, for example, fraud, substitution or deliberate intentional adulteration. Say, like, sometimes, like, some deliberate adulteration, like, say, for example, I need to add very like, preservative. This is very expensive. So for product specification said I need to add 50 kgs, right? So what I do is, like, without adding 50 kgs, I'll add 25 kgs because I'm cutting down. Or maybe people are not happy with the organization. So now this is a challenging part for food professionals, right? Threat assessment and a vulnerability assessment. Normally, up to now, under HACCP under 22,000, we are looking at all the hazards are system driven at. But if it is a deliberate, if it is a deliberate, say, there can be some workers, they are not happy with the management. So intentionally they adulterate. Right. So those things we need to identify. Now you might have a question. How are we going to capture this? So that's why the standard talk about the organization culture. So all are interlinking, right? See, because see, every time, like, there should be, like, one worker, there should be one supervisor, right? Because I'm like, it doesn't work that way. So you need to have a kind of a positive culture, because you can't check. Imagine you have a, like, 100, 200 people in your production line. So how you are you going to have a, like, another 100 supervisors? You can't do that. So intentional adulteration, how are you going to check that part, right? And malicious contamination of product. So these two we need to consider. But when you do the case study, we are not going to consider this. But if you can identify this also, that's fine. So say, for example, vulnerability assessment, threat assessment. Like, say, for example, now there was a scenario, right? When you take a Kottamalli, like in the market, they will say it's one time extracted product. So you're not getting the benefit out of it, right? So maybe, like, there can be some ingredient, natural ingredient, they add chemicals, similar chemicals, right? In Sri Lanka also we have a scenarios. Right. So can you remember in tea sector, we have a friend from tea, right? Like, in tea sector, what they do is, like, they used to add, like, the sugar, kind of a, like, caramelized sugar into the tea just to make more black color. Right. So that is again wrong. See, even in the plastic industry. So they will say, okay, you need to use virgin material for the primary packaging. But the recycled products are cheaper. So maybe you try to, like, dilute, maybe add, like, certain portion of recycled product without any information. So those are, like, intentional adulteration. So we need to look into those steps as well. So forget about those two parts, because we need to touch the vulnerability and the threat assessment. So that's the most requirement in this standard. But when you do hazard identification, now you develop your process steps like T, right? Now using that we can identify a, like, hazard identification. So I'm not going to go through that additional three requirement, like, radioactive, malicious, and other thing. But let us focus on the basic structure, like, physical, chemical, microanalysis. Say, for example, now I'm taking raw material storage. So, like, this is a common example. Receiving styrofoam granules, wrapping materials, packing materials. Say this particular example, who's manufacturing a reg foam boxes. So the physical hazard can be, yes, dust, hair, metal particles, insect, and other foreign material. So you can't just say physical material, yes. You have to go and identify what is the physical material. So chemical, oil, grease, and other chemicals, contamination from previous cargo containers. Okay. So these are the oil. There's no microbiological, there's no allergen, right? Unloading, dust and other foreign matters. So there's no chemical in this particular step. So you need to study this particular step. Is there any chemical introduction? Microbiological introduction, allergen. So it's different. If it is vegetable product, it's different, right? Incoming raw material inspection. Yes, you are checking the inspection. There can be a dust, there can be a hair from the person. So there's no chemical. So likewise, you basically identify what are the chemical, physical, microallergens in this particular step. Right now, we are going to do a case study. Now, you have a tea making process map, each and every step. So, can you identify the chemical, physical, microallergenic hazards under each and every step? Water, what is the chemical? What is the physical? What is the microbiological? What is the allergen? If it is no, I'll help you a lot. So, water is a non-allergenic product. Anybody can drink water. So no allergen. Agreed. What about what? Then you add, like, teaspoon. So you need to know, like, the importance of each and every step, right? Can you do this case study? So now you're going to do identify hazards in the tea making process. Can you do this? Can you do this? Guys, can you do this? Oh, good. So only I'm saying good. What about others? Can you identify the hazards for your tea process? Chemical, physical, microalgae. Don't worry about the managers. Don't worry about the radioactive. Just identify this four. Can you do this? Guys, come on. I need feedback. Are you hungry or what? You need a break. We'll have a lunch break. Okay. It means okay. Can I get one more feedback? Then I know, like, everybody's okay. Can I get one more feedback? Guys, are you okay? Anushka, Inaksha, like you good?
Yes, yes.
Right. Okay. So we'll take about 10 minutes. You don't need to write for all each and every step. At least 4, 5 steps. Tim, not get any feedback? You need more time or what? I got so got one feedback from Supun. Let me go through that. Okay, so now we are starting to get feedback. Okay, nice. Supun was basically saying, okay, let me read. So others also can see what Supun has mentioned there. I'm like, guys, don't get upset or like anything about what I'm saying, right? So this is a learning purpose, right? So Supun, process step, ingredients selection, water, tea, sugar. Yes, dust, stone, foreign particles, chemical hazard, pesticide residues, contamination. So now we have a problem here. See, guys, this is learning, right? So don't get upset, right? So I'm like you're helping others to learn, right? So my job is to like elaborate it and explain. So when Supun identify water, tea, sugar as an ingredient, and when you do a hazard study on covering everything, is not correct, right? Because see, like say, if you have a pesticide in water, that's a serious issue. But I believe Supun has mentioned the tea has pesticide, right? So when you do a hazard identification, right? When you do a hazard identification, you need to identify each and every one, each and every ingredient. So water, you do a separate hazard identification. Tea, you do a separate hazard identification. Sugar, you do a separate hazard identification because the hazards are different. You got my point, right? Team, do you got my point? Guys, are you clear? I need your feedback. Supun, are you okay? Because you are helping me to explain this, right, Supun? Yeah, right. And then equipment cleaning and preparation. Yes, dust, metal particles, equipment cleaning and preparation. Okay, yes, physical, chemical, detergent cleaning, chemical residues. Perfect, super. See, we use detergent to clean the kettle and a cup, right? So what happens if there's a detergent residues are there, right? And then microbiological unclean, it is bacteria. So maybe you can say not bacteria, maybe you can say yeast, mold residues, right? And then when you do cleaning, possible allergen residues. So cleaning chemical, but allergen, we are not worried, right? Even Supun, we are not adding milk or nuts, right? So Supun, don't go into that, right? You even ingredient for the black plain tea, we are not add milk. Plain tea, we are not add nuts. So don't worry about it. Like you can't generalize, right? You are basically adding ingredients as per tea making, and then of course you are doing hazard analysis only for that, right? Then water measurement, dirt in container, contaminated water. Contaminated water on what? What do you mean by contaminated? So you might say, okay, it's chlorine, whatever, right? Microbiological bacteria, allergen, agree, right? Okay. Water boiling, very nice. No chemical, no. Here's uh, if not properly boiled, microbes survive. Yeah, okay, agreed. And allergens, no. Okay, this is nice. Super, this is good. Tea addition, yes, foreign particles, chemical residues in tea, contaminate. Okay, I think like Super, you got my point, right? Let me, Lahiru basically said, okay, receiving. So, so I don't know, like, see, guys, I didn't ask you to do a breadcrumbs, right? I basically wants you to work on a black tea. So I'm not familiar with that. I'm sorry. Right. So let's see. Let's see this one ingredient section: water, tea, sugar, chemical, pesticide residues from. So again, who's this? Sandumini. Sandumini again. I think like you have done before this, right? So you can't have like common ingredients. So you have to have a segregate. Water one has a analysis, tea one, sugar one has analysis, right? Because otherwise it's not correct. And then equipment cleaning preparation, chemical detergent residues not rinsed properly. Perfect. So I believe like now you understand this concept, right? And then physical broken glass metal fragment, because agreed, right? In BRC we are talking about glass policy, and then there's a special segment on packaging materials being glass, right? Imagine product like the jam, the Marmite, or maybe a carbonated drinks, or maybe a carbonated alcohol drinks. Like it's coming from a glass bottle. So imagine if there's a glass flake inside, because you are just drinking, you are just eating, right? So we need to consider that part as well, right? Physical, broken glass, metal fragment, and damaged utensils. Microbiological bacteria from unwashed equipment, allergen cross contact from previous, and then water measurement, chemical contamination from unclean measurement, physical foreign, microbiological allergen, yeah, water boiling, chemical concentration of, yeah, yep, I'm pretty okay with this. I didn't go through the entire one. Kularatna, basically, let me try to understand. So, guys, okay. Um, oh, right. I believe like the example I got is quite okay. So I'm like we asked you to uh, develop the hazard identification, and there was another one question came when you is it required to include the legal part into the hazard plan, right? I think like in other standard, like when you go for a ISO 45,000, that is occupational health and safety, ISO 14,000 environment management system. So there are similar kind of risk assessment they do. That is for aspect impact evaluation, since we have some environment team also, and for the occupational health and safety. So those standards required to cover all the legal requirement while you are doing the aspect impact or risk assessment. But when it's come to a hazard, we are not going to take the legal requirement. But before, at the beginning, like when you identify the raw material, ingredient, packaging, we touch all the legal requirement. So here we are not going to do the legal requirement, but we are at the beginning, like product introduction and those areas will be touching all the legal requirement, or maybe infrastructure. What are the legal requirements? So under HACCP plan, we are not touching the legal requirement, but before that and after that, we'll be basically touching the legal requirement. I hope it's clear now, right? So it like if you compare with the risk assessment, if you compare with the aspect impact evaluation, this is a little bit different. But when it's come to a BRC, now don't go with only four hazard, right? Only four hazard. You have to complete seven hazard actually: microbiological, physical, chemical, allergen, radioactive materials, fraud, malicious contamination. So all seven you need to do a risk assessment, right? Say for example, now T, I basically explain like if you take about fraud, maybe people can put dusty, or maybe people you don't know like it's coming from some adulteration, right? So those part we need to basically consider. So maybe corrective action could be like how do you identify the control measure. So once you complete this part, now you have this. So whoever who has done and shared, I basically try to help you. I try basically explain what are the requirements. So anybody has who's completed this, you can basically share with me right now. So you complete the hazard identification. You identify hazard under each and every step. Now, when you identify the hazard, so the standard goes beyond that, right? these hazards are reasonably likely to occur to an unacceptable level. Say, for example, microbiological contamination, is it going for unacceptable level? Or maybe a pesticide residual, is it unacceptable level? Or maybe like some other chemical contamination, or maybe physical contamination, which need to be prevented, eliminated, or reduced to acceptable level. Consideration shall be given to following: likely occurrence of hazard, severity of the effectiveness of the consumer safety, vulnerability of these exposures, several and multiplication of microorganism of specified concern to the product. Like say sometimes you might say, okay, you find out like minimum number of microbes, but what would be the chance it can like multiplication, right? Presence of production of toxin chemicals or foreign bodies, contamination of raw material and intermediate semi-processed product and finished product. Where eliminating this hazard is not practical, justification of acceptable level of the hazard of the finished product shall be determined and documented. There can be some hazard you can't eliminate, but you need to justify, okay, this is my minimum level. I'm not going to go beyond that. Say, for example, salmonella is 0, but TBC coliform, it can be certain level. Like if we take about the tea, right? Yeast and mold, there can be a certain yeast and mold there, right? Because the nature and the processing factors of the tea factories, right? So, HACCP and food safety team shall consider the control measures necessary to prevent, eliminate food safety hazard or reduce into acceptable level. Consideration Consideration may be given to use more than one control measure. So there should be at least more than one measures, because like if there's a violation, you can base it up. Where the control of specific food safety hazard is achieved through a prerequisite program, the control measures of critical control point are required, right? So these are like two requirements: prerequisite and other control measures. So I'll take another example. You can see the same example: receiving styrofoam granules, wrapping materials, packing materials. So I'll put it in the other way, right? Like potential hazard, you can see the physical, dust, metal particles, insects, and other foreign matters. So these are the physical hazard you can interact with. Interact with the styrofoam raw material granules. There can be chemical, oil, grease, and other chemical contamination from previous cargo. Microbiological, no. Allergens, no. So when you do a HACCP, so they I didn't put some marks: probability, severity, and the risk factor. So standard doesn't give you any indication like this is how you do the calculation. Standard want you to develop your own mechanism, but it has to document it. This has to document. And then control measures: proper incoming inspection for materials, supply evaluation, prevent cross contamination, other foreign matters, use of proper handling and transportation method, right? And then you have a reference, supply evaluation number is there. So comes as a PRP, OPRP, or CCP. Prerequisite program, operational prerequisite program, or CCP, right? Let me give you this classification. So you might wonder what is, where I got the tree, where I got the one, where what is this, right? So if you go through, I mean, like, this is not a standard, right? You can develop your own standard. So you can see the probability, chances, like so now in your tea, right? You said like, okay, water can have a heavy metals, or like, okay, pesticide material in Sri Lanka, right? So what would be the probability of heavy metals comes in water? So is it low, medium, high? So if it is low, we put 1. If it is medium, we put 3. If it is high, we put 5. Say now, like you might have a water test report, and then like you have a history about Sri Lankan water. So in Sri Lanka, like our water quality is quite good, right? If you compare with some other countries, the water quality is pretty bad. So you can say the chance of pesticide. I mean, like that's depend, right? If you are getting this water from a bore well in an area where they do a lot of agricultural activities and they use a lot of chemicals, then the conclusion is wrong. So I'm taking this example for Colombo, right? So your water, you are now all of us are in Colombo. I'm in Colombo right now. So we'll take example in Colombo. So I make a tea. So for me, like, the pesticide contamination with the water is low. Maybe I might need to get a scientific evidence. Maybe I need to send a sample for the lab and get the testing done. So I will say low. And Then the severity, if there's a chemical contamination, what would be the chance it can consume by myself? That is very high because there's no way of like controlling chemicals. So it's I put 1 and 5, right? Say now I'll ask this question from you. See, one now since we started to talk about the tea, I'll ask this question from you. Now listen carefully. You have a tea bag, one tea bag, like you are trying to make a black tea, plain tea. One tea bag has a metal nail inside. One tea bag has a chemical. Now, which one is the most dangerous? Let me come again. Right? You have a two tea bags. One tea bag inside there's a metal nail. Other tea bag you have chemicals. Do you think the risk is same or different? Which is higher, which is lower? Can I get the feedback? You want me to repeat the question again? You want me to repeat it? Let me repeat it. So you have tea bags, two tea bags. One inside the tea bag you have a nail. Say metal nail is there. Other tea bag you have a chemical contaminated, pesticides or whatever. You can't see it, right? Both are inside. So which one is more dangerous? Which one is more hazardous? Is it equal? Is it high low? Tell me.
Yeah, so if the chemical is in the tea bag is dissolving in the water, that is critical.
I think you guys are spot on. Perfect. Whoever answered, I think Inashka, you're good, right? Okay. You guys are really good, really good. Yes, chemical, right? Yeah, chemical, yes, chemical. Because see, metal, yeah. So all of you are saying chemicals. I think that's good enough. That understanding is good enough, right? Because see, chemical, you are drinking the extraction. That is the intended use. Right, that's the intended use, right? You are actually using the chemicals. So that chemical can dissolve, and then there's no way of diluting, like what you said. There's no way of eliminating it, right? But metal piece, what will happen if there's a ferrous or something, it can go into the product, but then again chemical. But the metal part, it actually stay in the tea bag, right? So that is factor. So considering that, right, you can do this risk assessment. Now I want you to do a hazard identification. Then now I want to do a risk assessment. I'll keep this format. So I'll keep these figures you use this format 531 and then try to put you said okay, water you have a pesticide. So whether 1 into 5. So the risk is formula is probability to severity. So it's 5. Right. Metal particles. So you have a T with the T, metal particles are there. So probability in Sri Lanka, metal particles and all very high. So what happened if there's a metal particle? So you are filtering it. So maybe chance is low, right? 1 into 5, or maybe you can say 5. Maybe then it's 15, right? I hope you got this. So I'll give another maybe 5 minutes since we don't have much time. So I'll give 5 minutes. You can do a risk assessment now using this criteria for your tea making. Is it clear now? Team, is it clear? Guys, is it clear? Guys, come on, I need a reaction. Or turn on the mic and say yes. Yeah, good. All right.
Yes.
So let's do this. Right. So I mean, like you want to keep, you want me to keep this all like the format. So I mean, maybe you can just put figures. Don't worry about the control measures and the reference. This is the format. Maybe you can take a screenshot, right? And then I'll leave like this. Started to get feedback. So I got one feedback from, I think, Kularatna. Guys, like, I mean, I see when you do this, it's help us to learn, right? Help out to, us to learn fast, right? Uh, uh, so let me read this. So, risk assessment table, process step, T bag assembly. Uh, okay. So Kulrata, you're going into the not the tea. Like our process is tea making, right? So a metallic nail into the tea bag is one, right? And the severity is five. Online metal detection, visual inspection, magnet. So risk is five. Raw material sourcing, chemical residues in tea leaves. Why you are worried about tea bag assembling? Because we are not assembling, right? So guys, stick to the process. The process is like, we try to take tea. So somebody is selling tea. Our starting point is that tea bag and then put it into making a teacup, right? So raw material sourcing, chemical residues in tea leaves. Okay, let's say, okay, you said Sri Lanka is probably three, high, okay, supply seaway. So second point, I fully agreed, right? But I have a concern in the first point. But other than that, I'm pretty okay with the second point, right? So can I get at least one or two feedbacks? Guys, thank you. So here I have a concern in first point. First point out of the scope, agree the second point. Yep. So Kulrata, thank you very much for the feedback. Can I get more feedback? Can I get more feedback? So WhatsApp, whatever. So this, I know this is a bit difficult. Can I get one more feedback? Yeah, Kunal, thank you. Because I'm like, if you give it the feedback, I can basically help you, right? So I can actually give you feedback on that. So this is the learning curve. So two-way communication. So that's easy. Can I get one more feedback? So you can use WhatsApp. Okay, I got a feedback, Lahiru. Same thing, right? Okay. So I got one feedback. Can I get one more? Guys, can I get one more? Can I get one more? Can someone share before I move into the next one? Okay, I got one more feedback. Yeah, you can do this. Adishwara has given, okay, this is nice. Water sourcing. So the stability is 5, probability is 5. Okay, now Adishwara, this is another classic example. So when you said water sourcing, there can be a chemical, physical, microallergenic, right? So which area you are focusing on the hazard part? Uh, uh,
The chemical.
Chemical, right? Okay. So you have to mention it's a chemical, right? Then boiling water, what about it? It's again chemical. So
Yeah,
Adishwar, if
yeah.
you can see this, this one, see the physical you do a risk assessment separately, chemical you do a risk assessment separately, microbiological you do a risk assessment separately, allergen you do a risk assessment separately. You got my point, right?
Yes, sir.
Right. Excellent. When you share, I can basically help you, right? So this is one area, right? So I think like I had a question. Somebody said, how can we take these numbers in such a matrix? We are misleading any external audit if there's no any standard, isn't? Yeah. See, I think Colorado, right? See, we need to define our own standard. See, now what I did was I document this standard and then I basically like standardize it. So even external auditors, they will use this. See, maybe I can use 10 to 1 and then having very high, very whatever, so then very low kind of a thing. You can go like that. So you define your own standard, right? And then that will become a standard, not for the BRC, but that will become because you are using a BRC standard and developing your food safety management system, right? So the people who auditors will come and audit your management system. So then we can send anybody false feedback. No, you can't because you define your criteria, right? And then if the criteria is not matching, then auditors challenge your criteria. They can challenge, right? If you say like 1 to 1 something, and then they will say, "Oh, your criteria is wrong." Because any industry, there will be norms, right? These are high risk product, these are low risk product, right? So based on that, then they hold the certificate. False feedback. So if you give a false feedback, because see, sometimes auditors using your criteria, they do the risk assessment by themselves, right? So then if those things are not matching, then again there's a violation. Say for example, you might say, okay, my microbiological risk is low for the milk product, milk receiving of milk. But actually in Sri Lanka, we know that it's not. So that's why you have a play teach exchanges and you try to identify that part. So then your risk, there's an issue. And then when you identify the microbial load, because if you said low risk, now remember the argument. I said, okay, water, the chemical contamination is low from Colombo because we are getting water from Ambatale and then they have kind of a good quality control system. So that's why I said it's come to a filtration and then I have a test report with me. So that's why according to this parameter, I said the chemical contamination the probability is low. But imagine if I don't have that control, I am getting a water from borewell where my borewell is situated near the plantation where they use a lot of chemicals, then I can't put low because I need to give justification each and everything. Purana, you got my point, right? Some of the auditors ask from ourselves how we develop. Sometimes they don't know the process. They got input from us, and that's why I told that. Yeah, because yeah, they should know about it. But most of the auditors are quite good. They should know about it, right? Because first thing, if you work with very good auditors, sometimes what they do is they will select few samples from your process, right? And then they do the risk assessment by themselves using your criteria. So then they will get familiar with the criteria and then they can cross check. They can cross check your findings, right? So you need to argue. So this criteria defined by the organization, but auditor can validate this criteria. Say for example, like I took water because it's water from Colombo, it's come from Ambatale, they have a good quality control system, and then even I have a water test report. Right. Say, for example, somebody will be in like Nuvareli area where they don't have such a system, and like that particular water coming from a borewell, and then like that borewell is pretty much stated in a like plantation area where they use a lot of pesticide. Then that person cannot put that as a kind of a one because it has to be medium or high risk because the person doesn't have even had a like test report. So based on that only you need to argue, right? I hope this is clear, right? Team is clear. So you define your criteria. Kudat, you're good. You're clear. Are good. Thank you. Right, done. Let's move on. So others also, I believe, like this scenario, it will clear, right? So then critical control point. So like I stopped doing case studies at this point because I can't go beyond that because we spend almost half a day. And then BRC standard has a lot of input. So let me cover the balance part as well, right? So when you do a CCP, but I need to give you like this clear picture how you identify the critical control point, operational prerequisite, or maybe a critical control point, right? So these are like kind of a requirement. I just did a case study with you, right? Then for each hazard, the required control point shall be reviewed to identify those that are critical. These required logical approach and may be facilitated by the use of decision tree. CCP shall be those control points which are required in order to prevent, eliminate food safety hazard or reduce it an acceptable level. If the hazard is identified as a step where control is necessary for safety but control does not exist, the product or process shall be modified at the step or an earlier step or provide control measures. See, ISO 22000 and all, like we are using the risk assessment methodology, but still the BRC, they are okay if you use the risk assessment methodology, but we use 1.5 and we are defined. Or maybe they will say, okay, look, you can consider because it's still going with the codex. Maybe you can use the decision tree, but I'm not recommending go for decision tree again. You stick to your what do you call a risk assessment methodology, right? And then establishing validate critical limit for HCCP, each CCP. For the each CCP, the appropriate critical limit shall be defined in order to identify the clarity whether the process is in or out of control. Critical limit shall be measurable where possible, time, temperature, pH, supported by clear guidance or example where measurable subjective photographs. The HSB team, food safety team shall validate CCP including critical limit, document evidence that have the control measures selected in critical limits identified and capable of consist controlling limit, right? So let me give some examples. Say for example now, if it is a milk, right? If it is a milk process, basically what we do is like, you identify the critical control point, the time and temperature, pasteurization. So most of you are coming from like, 95, 98% coming from food industry. So pasteurization is the killing step, right? So you need a heat, you need a time. Say for example, you are like, you first identify, say, we'll say 75. These are centigrade, and then we'll say 7 minutes. So this is the control point. 75, 7 minutes. So you increase temperature up to 75 and then you maintain 7 minutes, right? Then if you maintain that part, you validate. Now here what we try to do is the validate the critical limit. So basically you validate all your microbes has to be killed. Now, how are you going to do this is like, we need to have a research data. Say, depend on the product type. So is a milk product, like 75, 7 minutes. Okay, it kills everything. So you take sample after 7, after 6, 5, 8, whatever, because you can't go beyond it goes for a caramelization. That's again violation of quality. So you need to maintain the food safety, right? You need to maintain the food safety while you are making the product quality as it is. So, like, people doesn't want to drink caramelized milk. So you might say, okay, look, the tea I'll make sure there's no bacteria, but you can't drink, right? So if you overheat, there's issue. So you have to identify the threshold point where it kills all the bacteria or germs, whatever. And then what is the temperature? What is the timeline? So this is you need to basically validate. So what you do is like, before you start up the process, we call retort and all. So this like, pasteurization take place there. So you identify, you do this all analysis part, right? So this is one particular area, right? So validate critical limits for each CCP, right? So this food safety team has to do that, right? So each CCP appropriate critical shall be defined in order to identify clarity whether the process is in or out of control. So your time, your temperature, your pH has to be there, right? And then food safety team has to validate this part, right? So then once you validate this critical control point, if there's a violation, say for example, now we talk about 75 7 minute. So if there's a 74 7 minute, again you need to do a corrective. So there's a decision, can I redo it again? Or whether need to discard it, right? HSCP food safety team shall specify document the corrective action to be taken when monitoring results indicate failure to meet the control limit or when monitored results indicate a trend towards loss of control. This shall include action to be taken by nominated personnel with regards to any product and have and manufactured during the period when the process was out of control. Right now, I have one question. Say, for example, now initially, like say, imagine like when you do a uh, like pasteurization process for milk. So initially we had a plotter. You can check in the Google. So there was a like kind of a watch kind of a thing was there. There was a reading. You write the reading plotter. So you like factory manager has to sign out the plotter, right? So identify temperature goes up to 75, then it's stay there for like 7 minutes. Then it gradually comes down. So then he measure 7 minute, 75, then only he sign off CCP is okay. So each and every batch, like list of the plotter readings you have to sign off. But now we don't go there. What we do is like we basically like go for a load cells. So automatically load cell and all the machineries are there, automatically increase the temperature up to 75, and then if and then maintain run by 7 minute using a calibrated thermostat to like equipment. And if it is not maintained the 75 or 7 anything, is automatically unload the product to a next line. Now my question, the second point is this you need to like sign off every month, or what would be your validation point? Now my question, previously is very simple, is manual operation. You heat the temperature up to 75. There was a plotter, it is give a kind of a reading and maintain for 7 minutes. You keep it 7 minutes, you check whether it's 7 minutes, and then you sign off. So that is critical control point monitoring. But now machineries, everything has modified with the load cell automation are there. So there's no people involvement. Because previously you need to increase the steam, maintain 75, those kind of things. Lot of human skills are there, but now it's everything is automated. Jacketed vessels are there, right? And then with this jacketed vessel, like you go up to 75 with the load cell, like, this is the amount, and then you have a temperature cutoff point at 7 minutes. And then if it is okay, 75 7, release to the production. If it is not okay, return back. Right now, which part we are going to check? Which is more convenient? And then like in first case, of course, we have to measure the temperature and everything plot. But second part, in second case, what are the things we supposed to measure? In second case, what are the things we supposed to measure? What are the things we supposed to measure? What are the things we supposed to measure? What do you think? The temperature time is automatic. Now, what are the things we need to measure? Because timing, temperature, all automatic. There's no manual operation. There's no operator at all. All automated, all system driven. You have a control panel, that's it. There's a person in the control room, they maintain everything. Now, what are the things you are going to check? So this is modern ICT. So they use this in the industry now. So what are the things you're going to check now? What are the things? What are the things you have to monitor? What are the things? Now tell me. So now you're going into the industry. Like if you go to a old industry, you can sign off all kind of things. But now it's fully automated. Now what are the things you're going to check? Hope you got my question, right? My question is like, you have to basically, you're going to industry, you have automated like, milk industry, you have automated vessel. Why pH? Supun, why pH? So this is here we are taking food acidity check. Okay. The critical points is you want to kill all the bacteria, whatever the microbes. So it goes up to 75. That is like heating is automate, and then maintenance of timing is automate. So what are the things you check? Whether the sensors are properly. Yeah, Tashandra, like you're perfect. Sensors. So, Tashandra, just give me one word. What do you mean by sensors are properly working? What do you mean by sensors are properly working? What do you mean by how do you check whether this are properly working? Yes, yes. Calibration. Dilshan is spot on, right? So you do the calibration part because you do the temperature calibration because otherwise, imagine you are maintaining 75. If it is a -2 degree deviation, so you are not releasing your product at 75. You are releasing at 73, right? So it has to. So you have to make sure the calibration are there, and then the time calibration. So now you got the right. So now it's changing, right? With the modernization of the industry, your monitoring parameter will be different. Like earlier every batch we need to check, but maybe depend on the criticality. Like you take once a month, or maybe every 3 months, or every 6 months, whatever, right? So these are like kind of a requirement. Then validate the HSV plan and establish verification procedure. HSDP or food safety plan shall be validated prior to any changes which may affect product safety or ensure that the plan will be effectively controlled, identified hazard before implementation. The existing HSDP food safety plan, this may be achieved using established process detailing clause. Right. Okay. Now, this validation part, I have a question. Right. Say, for example, now, some product they will say, okay, shelf life is 6 months. Now, tea, they will say shelf life is 12 to 24 months. Some products they will say, okay, 6 months, some 1 year. Right. How do they define this? So HSV plan has to be validated. Like, ice cream, they will say if you maintain cold chain, you can keep this ice cream for like, 6 months. And then there are Tetra Pak products. What you do is like, when the Tetra Pak, what they said was like, without opening, before opening, you can keep in ambient condition for maybe like, 6 months. The moment you open up, is specifically said, like, Tetra Pak juice, whatever, if you check, say, okay, only 3 days, but under refrigerant condition. Why is this different? because Tetra Pak products, they don't add any preservatives, right? It's a pasteurized product, very safe product, right? So it's fully sealed. That's why you keep it under ambient temperature, right? But when you open to the environment. There's a chance, air count can go into that. So that's why I said, okay, you need to keep under the refrigerant condition. Then it's valid only for 3 days, right? So now my question, how do they validate this, right? Shelf life, how do they validate this? Anybody has any idea? How do they give a declaration? So say imagine you are getting into a new industry where you are become R&D person, right? So you do R&D and then you have to define a shelf life. So how are you going to define this shelf life? So you're going to define a shelf life. So how are you going to define the shelf life? How are we going to define shelf life? Say one product with preservative, one product without preservative. So come on, all of you are coming from yeah, from life time to time shelf life analysis from microchemical parameters, compare against different sample. Agree? Yeah, fully agreed, right? Kuratne. Say basically what you do is you have to do R&D. Say for example, if you are making a sauce, right? If you are joining a company for the sauce making, you can't manufacture and put soap sauce into the next day onwards. At least you need to keep sample for 6 months, or maybe there are technology you can use accelerated storage life, you try to humidity, you try to maintain temperature and all, you try to accelerate. So you try to make sure that chemical, physical, micro parameters, you need to have a test results, right? You need to have test results. And then same time organoleptic. What do you mean by organoleptic? Mean you eat, you consume, and then you check the results, right? All these results has to be there. So then only you can define. So same scenario for the hazard. So you need to basically validate hazard parameters, and then you need to have a evidence. Say pH, I'm increasing this pH into 3, then there's no microbe growth. So fine, then you need to have evidence. So 3 pH is 3, there's no microbe growth. So those information you need to have. And then these are documentation. You need to have a sufficient document verify for the auditors. And even if there's a complaint, right, you can use this document. See, accelerated shelf life analysis we do, that's fantastic method. Sometimes you can see when you do accelerated shelf life method, we keep sample exposed into the sunlight, right? Like in R&D department, you have a separate shell. It directly exposes sunlight. So that's one way of doing it. So there are few techniques you can do it. So you can use those mechanisms, right? And then the documentation. Say there's a one advantage in this hazard documentation. Say for example, now you are joining for an industry, right? And then in the industry, when you dispatch product and all, there was a customer complaint saying, they consume your product, and then there was a serious issue, and then they go for the legal case, and then they apply for a big compensation, right? So if you go for that, this is apart from the food safety, right? If you go for that, if you have all the records information, then you have a certain a kind of advantage. But imagine if you don't have records, right? If you don't have records, then you are in a big trouble. We face with our hotel customers, right? Sometimes the guests, they will come, stay, enjoy 1 to 2 weeks, and then they go back to the country, and then they claim they had a diarrhea or kind of a scenario. So their entire vacation is kind of a issue. And then they ask for big compensation, including lost time, traveling, air tickets, everything they will ask. Okay. Inaksha, you have a question.
Yeah, so considering the shelf life analysis, so are we doing only one sample test or we are taking averages?
No, we have to do a lot of averages. You can't do with one sample. Say shelf life
So,
and all, say for example, if you take a source, right? I have to have a different batches. and then I need to study with like, because if you're adding a preservative or not preservative, you need to have a lot of samples. So sampling will be depend on the statistical sample plan. Say, for example, if you are expecting to send this amount, so you will do a sample and then like, say if you are saying 6 months, again, you need to have a representative sample. We'll say 10 sample. Every month you check against the organoleptic and like, microbiological parameters. Maybe you can open up, spread, taste, and same time send one sample for microbiological and chemical parameters. So it's not one sample. So you need to have a lot of sample data.
Okay, sir. Then there are so many parameters that affect into the shelf life now. Let's say sunlight and the temperature. How
Yes.
we manage that?
You have to do everything. Say, for example, if if you are, say, I'm not going for a entire world, right? So in Sri Lanka, there are different climate zone, right? So if you are manufacturing one particular product, we'll say source. So maybe if you are sending the source product into Jaffna, the temperature will be different. If you are sending to a down south, temperature will be different. Colombo will be different, and then upcountry will be different. So when you do like all these analysis, you have to create a like simulation, or maybe like similar environment condition, humidity, like those kind of. We use humidity chambers, and then do the analysis, and then come to a conclusion. Because sometimes your product can be like, okay, Colombo, Nuvarelia, both areas. But product you do representing Jaffna and a down south is totally out because of the temperature, right? Then you might need to do a modification. So that when you do R&D, you need to go into that level. Naksha, you got my point?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Yeah. So in Sri Lanka, we are not using, maybe you can refer this. There's a concept called D-hazard, design hazard. Uh, Unilever, we use that, but other, I don't think we are using it, right? But I don't know because other multinationals, but we call design hazard, D hazard. So before you implement any product into the market, you do all the hazard studies. So you identify design critical control point as well, right? So when you do a product launch, you need to identify, because sometimes your product can be like okay in Nuwara, Colombo, and all other areas. But there will be an issue in the Jaffna and the down south because temperature is so much, right? Your product might fail, or maybe a deterioration, right? So that part we need to consider, right? So this is one particular area, and then document record keeping is very important. What I'm saying is basically like people come and enjoy, and then they go back, and then they put a like compensation requirement, and then if you don't have a record, then of course there's only option you can is pay them. But here, what you can do is, if you have all the information and certification and everything, you can show them, look, we have all the information. Then you can go for a very strong court case. That is apart from that. Now, I think like we covered the key area, but now we come to a quality and environment management system. So I think like we didn't take a break also. Like normally we take a break for tea break, but I didn't give that because I need to cover a lot of areas. So now 12:30. Can we take 1 hour lunch, half an hour lunch break? Are you okay?
Yes, sir.
You good,
Sir,
right?
and we have one small announcement as well to make.
Sure. It's your time
Uh,
now.
yeah, to our participants. As you all know, we have created an LMS for you to maintain the quality of the workshop and support your development. And after this workshop, you will be given an exercise to complete. You need to complete that exercise in order to receive the certificate titled as successfully completed the workshop. Otherwise, the certificate will be issued as successfully participated. So please stay engaged during the sessions and it will help you to complete the exercise easily. And we will share more information about this through the group. Thank you.
Thank you, team. So let's don't eat lot, right? Don't eat lot. Let's just have a light lunch, and so come back within half an hour. I think like that's good enough, right? You can go around like eat something because you are just focusing on the program. So just half an hour because we have a lot to cover in BRC. So lot of new things are coming up now. We cover the hazard part and all, like now the quality and other requirement. So let's go through one by one with the similar pattern, and then we'll try to share the experience as well. Yep, guys, enjoy your lunch. See you all at 1 o'clock again.
හැබැයි 10 නිමිෂයක් එල්ලනම් ක්ලාස් එකට ගඩුන්දාරේ